Chapter 1041. Divine Sense, a Strand of Divine Sense. At this moment, Zhuan's gaze became extremely solemn. He knew that Emperor weapons could nurture a strand of intelligence, so they were much more terrifying than regular monarch spirit treasures. Although this was the case, an Emperor weapon was only a weapon. Without the support of its owner, it would not be able to display much of its power. After all, a weapon could only display its greatest power in the hands of a martial artist. Otherwise, its power would be greatly reduced. If Zhuan unleashed his full strength, his strength would far surpass that of regular celestial venerables. It was more than enough to deal with an ownerless Emperor weapon. However, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was far more terrifying than Zhuan had expected. It was as if someone was controlling the blade to kill. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade buzzed again. The blade tore through space and arrived before Zhuan in an instant. It slashed down fiercely. Terrifying slaughter, qi condensed into countless rays of blade light. The blade slashed down as if the entire space was about to be destroyed. Zhuan's expression changed slightly. He thrust out his blood-red spear, splitting it into streaks of blood-red spear shadows. They collided with the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Terrifying power erupted, and thunderous booms rang out endlessly. Thump! 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 Zhuan could not help but retreat under the power. Ever since the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade had absorbed all the slaughter qi in the cavern, it had become much more powerful than before. It directly suppressed Zhuan. Kid, with a strand of the monk's divine sense, you're no match for the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade, Xiaohe said gravely. Then what should I do? Zhuan also sensed that something was off and hurriedly asked. It's just a mere Emperor Realm expert's divine sense. Kid, restrain the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. I'll erase this divine sense, Xiaohe continued. Upon hearing this, Zhuan nodded. He knew that Xiaohe was very proficient in spiritual bodies and spiritual force. Naturally, he trusted Xiaohe. Don't try to trick me. Also, this blood-red Buddhist commandment blade is very strong. I won't be able to hold on for long. So, you have to end this quickly, Zhuan said to Xiaohe. As soon as he said that, Xiaohe staggered. What kind of nonsense was this brat saying? When had he, the Dragon Lord, ever cheated this brat? Of course, even if he had cheated Zhuan, with Xiaohe's personality, he would never admit it. When the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade comes over, you'll restrain it. When the time comes, I'll enter the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Don't let the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade attack empty. Otherwise, with the power of the blade, one slash will greatly damage my vitality. When it came to serious matters, Xiaohe became much more serious. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was very powerful. Xiaohe was just a spiritual body. If he was hit, his vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Understood. Hide first. Don't let the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade discover you. Zhuan nodded. His right hand tightened on the blood-red spear as he stared cautiously at the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade that was dozens of meters away from him. This time, Zhuan took the initiative to pounce forward. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying force gushed out. His entire body was like a rock spreading its wings. The blood-red spear swept out and displayed the Azura blood spear force. An endless sea of blood swept out around him. Buzz! The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was not to be outdone. With a wave of its blade, it was wrapped in a terrifying murderous aura. It broke through the air and flew towards Zhuan. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was obviously a little angry at Zhuan's provocation. Bang! 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 The man and the blade fought again. Although Zhuan tried his best, he was still at an absolute disadvantage. Every time the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade slashed out, the power on it became more and more terrifying. Zhuan's knees even began to bend, and the web between his thumb and forefinger began to bleed. Clang! The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade swung down again, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Zhuan's eyes. The moment the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade swung down, he reached out his right hand without any regard for his life and pinched the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade obviously did not expect the human in front of it to have such a move. The blade instantly froze. "Xiao Hei now. Go!" Zhuan roared. Suddenly, a wisp of black light swept out from his body and fiercely drilled into the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Puff! The moment the wisp of black light drilled into the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade, the blade suddenly went berserk. With a wave of the blade, Zhuan's arm, which was holding the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade, was directly cut off and blood spurted out. Buzz! The moment Zhuan's right arm was cut off, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was really angry. It took advantage of the situation and swept toward Zhuan again. Its target was Zhuan's heart. Zhuan's face changed slightly. He stepped on the soles of his feet and instantly avoided the vital part of his body. However, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade directly pierced into Zhuan's shoulder blade and then went through his back. Suddenly, a bloody hole appeared. Blood gushed out from the bloody hole like a faucet that was not turned on properly. Tap, tap, tap. Zhuan spat out a mouthful of blood and kept retreating. Looking at the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in the sky, his eyes were full of horror. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was so terrifying. How could it be so powerful? Is Xiao Hei still not healed? Zhuan murmured. The bloody hole began to slowly heal under the strong vitality. The vitality in the core of the blood soul tree was constantly decreasing in the process of healing Zhuan's injuries. After all, the vitality in the core of the blood soul tree was not endless. There would be a time when it would be exhausted. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade did not give up. It swept toward Zhuan again, intending to kill Zhuan completely. Damn it, there's no end to this guy. Zhuan cursed in a low voice. He rolled like a wild donkey and dodged the attack of the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. However, the powerful blade chi of the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade overflowed and scratched Zhuan's thigh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade slashed out again and again. Every slash left a serious injury on Zhuan's body. Fortunately, Zhuan was able to accurately avoid his vital parts every time. In addition to the strong vitality in the core of the blood soul tree, he was able to avoid many slashes. Even so, Zhuan was in an extremely sorry state under the repeated slashes. His body was covered in blood, and he looked like a terrifying blood man. Xiao Hei, are you still not done? I can't hold on any longer. Looking at the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade that was about to strike again, Zhuan's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but roar at Xiao Hei. Swoosh! The blood-red Buddhist commandment blade swept out again. However, this time, its speed was much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhuan. The sharp blade flicked upwards, intending to cut Zhuan in half. Dodge! Zhuan roared. He took a step, and at the same time, he held the blood spear horizontally in an attempt to block the slash. Bang! Under the slash, the blood spear was directly sent flying. The terrifying blade light swept past in an instant. Then, Zhuan's entire right shoulder was cut off by the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Zhuan sucked in a breath of cold air as blood gushed out from his wound. Thankfully, he was able to rely on his powerful life force to stop the bleeding. However, this injury was too serious, and his severed right shoulder did not immediately regenerate. Oh no, I can't face the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in my current state. Looking at the serious injury on his body, Zhuan gasped. Looking at the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in front of him again, Zhuan's heart was filled with despair. Swoosh! In an instant, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade came in front of Zhuan again. It wanted to completely cut off Zhuan. However, Zhuan no longer had the extra strength to dodge. He could only watch the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade come at him again. Clang! When the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was only a few inches away from Zhuan's forehead, it suddenly stopped. Then it fell to the ground with a crisp, tinkling sound. Zhuowen, who was originally in despair, looked at this scene and let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Xiao He, who had entered the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade, had successfully erased the divine thought in the blade. Sure enough, a black light swept out from the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade that fell to the ground. It turned into Xiao He's appearance and came in front of Zhuowen. "Kid, why are you in such a sorry state?" Xiao He also saw Zhuowen with his right shoulder cut off and could not help but ask. Looking at Xiao He's ignorant face, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. You went in for so long. Why did you only come out now? If you came out a little later, I would have been finished by now." Hee. The divine thought in the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade was quite powerful. It took a lot of this dragon lord's time and energy. Xiao He laughed dryly. Zhuowen nodded. He did not blame Xiao He on this point. Instead, he asked cautiously, "Did you find any clues in that divine thought?" Hee. Speaking of which, the background of this blood-red monk is not ordinary. He seems to be from the Great Thunderclap Temple in the divine Nether Realm. However, this guy is a traitor of the Great Thunderclap Temple. He violated the commandments and committed a heinous crime. He was wanted in the 9 Netherworld realm, so he escaped. However, this unlucky guy, because his injuries were too severe, he finally passed away under the true Vein Forest. Xiao He said tirelessly, "The Great Thunderclap Temple in the divine Nether Realm?" Zhuowen was startled. He did not expect that this blood-red monk actually came from the divine Nether Realm. If he did not guess wrongly, the divine Nether Realm's inner courtyard was the biggest power in the divine Nether Realm. However, he did not know how big the Great Thunderclap Temple's power was in the divine Nether Realm. Kid, the Great Thunderclap Temple's power is not small. Although it is not comparable to the divine Nether Realm's inner courtyard, it is still a famous and powerful power in the divine Nether Realm. Xiao He said indifferently. Then why did this blood-red monk commit such a heinous crime? In the end, he ended up like this. It is really sad and lamentable. Zhuowen said with a sigh. This blood-red monk's strength was very terrifying. This could be seen from the power of the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. He was definitely in existence, more terrifying than Jianmu. Moreover, if this blood-red monk did not die, he might have entered the Saint Realm and become famous. Xiao He had a strange gaze and said, "Do you know who this blood-red monk worships the most?" "Who?" Zhuowen asked curiously. "Fighting Buddha, demon saint." Zhuowen was startled and his pupils shrank. Chapter 1042. Murderous, oath-breaking blade. The fighting Buddha demon saint was definitely an anomaly in that era. After all, since ancient times, the Buddha and the demon saint were at odds with each other. However, this fighting Buddha demon saint came from the Buddhist sect, but he cultivated the demonic Tao. He forcefully combined these two opposing forces together and obtained a terrifying power that shook the ancient times. At this point, Blackie looked pitifully at the monk in crimson clothes who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave and continued, "It is because of the example of the fighting Buddha demon saint that the monk in crimson clothes worships him blindly. He even learned to cultivate the demonic way of massacre. He wants to combine the demonic way of massacre with his Buddhist way and obtain the strength of the fighting Buddha demon saint. Unfortunately, the monk's talent and luck were not as good as the fighting Buddha demon saints. Moreover, the Great Thunderclap Temple found out that he cultivated the demonic way of massacre and put him on the wanted list. Because of that, he committed a monstrous massacre and ended up like this." Zhuowen looked at the monk in blood-red clothes with pity when he heard that. The monk in blood-red clothes was really pitiful. He was actually hunted down because of this and died before he could even become a saint. The monk's strength is not bad. From his divine sense, he should be an 8th-level martial emperor. The Buddhist commandment blade in his hand contains both the Buddhist way and the demonic way. It might be of great help to you in the future, Xiao He said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. The injury on his right shoulder had completely healed. He extended his right hand and held the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying, murderous aura flowed from his right arm into Zhuan's body. The murderous aura in the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade is so dense. If someone with a weak mind were to obtain such a weapon, wouldn't he be controlled by the blade and become its slave? Zhuan frowned slightly. With a thought, he switched the Buddha eye to the demon eye. He let the demon eye suck in the horrifying, murderous aura until it was within Zhuan's tolerance. Kid, you, who possess the Buddha demon eyes, are actually very suitable to cultivate the martial arts of this blood-robed monk. This monk is quite talented. He combined the devil Tao of massacre with the Buddhist Tao and called it the Buddhist Tao of massacre. If you can master the Buddhist Tao of massacre, I'm afraid you can really become a second fighting Buddha demon sage. Xiaohei clicked her tongue in wonder. Slaughtering Buddhism? Zhuan was startled, and then he asked Xiaohei, could it be that the monk didn't leave anything else in his spiritual sense? I knew you'd ask about this. The monk in crimson clothes did leave behind some things. In his divine consciousness, there were some insights about the Buddhist way of massacre and a set of self-created saber techniques. Xiaohei chuckled. Oh, how could he have comprehended the slaughter Buddha Tao and created his own blade technique? Let me have a look, Zhuan said to Xiaohei as his interest was piqued. I'll pass it to you through my divine consciousness. Take your time to look at it. As she spoke, Xiaohei waved her little claw. Suddenly, a crimson light swept out and penetrated into Zhuan's glabella. Zhuan felt a pain in his head, and he realized that there was some unfamiliar information in his sea of consciousness. Most of the information was about the monk in crimson clothes comprehension of the Buddhist way of massacre. Of course, other than the comprehension, there was also a set of blade technique in the information. Slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique? Zhuan muttered to himself. The blade technique was called the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique. It was a powerful blade technique that the monk in crimson clothes had created by combining the devil Tao of massacre with the Buddhist way of massacre. According to the monk in crimson clothes' divine consciousness, he had once used the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique to kill a level 9 emperor when he was a level 8 emperor. It was a terrifying and powerful blade technique. The slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique had a total of 5 styles. They were the destruction of life, chaotic mortal world, abstinence from life, absolute wisdom, and samsara in the sea of bitterness. In the monk in crimson clothes' divine consciousness, the 5th style of the 5 styles contained the power of reincarnation. When the blade was slashed out, time and space would be reincarnated. It was extremely terrifying. Since the bladesmanship is called the slaughtering oath-breaking bladesmanship, then this Buddhist commandment blade is the slaughtering oath-breaking bladesmanship. Zhuan raised the Buddhist commandment blade in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. You're right. The Buddhist commandment blade in your hand is called the slaughtering oath-breaking blade. Originally, the Buddhist commandment blade should be a blade worn by monks. According to the commandment, it is only allowed to cut clothes and is not allowed to kill. However, the monk in crimson clothes used the Buddhist commandment blade in his hand to kill. Originally, his Buddhist commandment blade had no name. However, after he committed the sin of killing, he named it the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique. Kid, you have to be more serious. The slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique and the blade technique are both terrifying. This set of blade technique can allow you to use it until you reach the high-level emperor realm. Xiaohei came in front of Zhuan and said faintly. Hearing this, Zhuan nodded. He knew very well how terrifying the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique was. Moreover, the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique contained both the devil Tao of massacre and the Buddhist way. After cultivating it, it might be beneficial for him to master the Buddha demon eye in the future. After putting away the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique and the blade technique, Zhuan looked at the monk in crimson clothes who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave. Although you left your divine will in the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique to kill me, you were able to create the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique. This is enough to prove your greatness. Now that I have inherited your slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique, I could be considered half your disciple." Having said that, Zhuan knelt down on both knees and respectfully kowtowed twice to the monk in crimson clothes. However, when he kowtowed, the monk in crimson clothes suddenly revealed a smile as if he was gratified. Then, he turned into a wisp of blood chi and completely disappeared into the air. It seems that the physical body of the monk in crimson clothes has been destroyed long ago. The body in the cave is probably the manifestation of the monk's unreconciled obsession. It seems that your actions just now have converted it, Xiao He said in a strange manner. When Zhuan saw this scene, a strange look appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that his kowtowing would cause the remnant obsession of the monk in crimson clothes to dissipate. Since this matter has been settled, we should leave. This time, the Yuan vein explosion in the True Vein Forest caused a huge commotion. I'm afraid that it has attracted many experts from Aming City. It's better for us to leave as soon as possible, Xiao He said to Zhuan. Nodding his head, Zhuan also had the same intention. With a step, he left the cave and rushed towards the blood-colored tunnel. The slaughtering, oath-breaking blade technique of the monk in crimson clothes was an extremely powerful emperor weapon. It could only unleash its greatest power when combined with the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade technique. With Zhuan's current cultivation level, he would need to spend a lot of time to comprehend it. Therefore, Zhuan planned to return and study the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade technique. Master, when Zhuan arrived at the corner of the tunnel, Ziyang was still quietly waiting there. When he saw Zhuan come out, he respectfully greeted him. Let's leave this place. Otherwise, we will attract more and more people. Zhuan nodded his head. Soon after, he led Ziyang out of the tunnel, following which, they rushed towards the top of the tunnel at lightning speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zhuan and Ziyang finally exited the tunnel. The Yuan Qi pillar in the sky was still connected to the heavens like a heavenly pillar. It was extremely terrifying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, more than 10 figures had already appeared above the Yuan Qi pillar. These figures were ecstatic as they rushed around the Yuan Qi pillar. They were actually collecting the spirit stones that were gushing out from the tunnel. Oh, someone came out from the tunnel? The instant Zhuan and Ziyang emerged from the tunnel, the figures that were snatching the spirit stones from the Yuan Qi pillar stopped one after another. Their gazes all gathered on Zhuan and Ziyang. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, more than 10 figures on the Yuan Qi pillar swooped down and arrived in front of Zhuan and Ziyang. These people had different appearances and weapons in their hands. However, they were all very strong. Among them, there were about 8 at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm, 5 at the early stage of the Heavenly Exalt realm, and 1 at the intermediate stage of the Heavenly Exalt realm. The intermediate stage Heavenly Exalt warrior was dressed in black. His long hair was mottled with black and white. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The others looked at him with awe. Did you just come out from the tunnel? What's inside? The middle-aged man with black and white hair asked Zhuan coldly. There's nothing. There are enough spirit stones in the entire Yuan vein for you to divide among yourselves. Therefore, I don't want to have any dispute with you, Zhuan said indifferently. After obtaining the inheritance of the monk in red, Zhuan had actually obtained the most precious thing in the entire Yuan vein. Moreover, he and Ziyang had also obtained a considerable amount of top-grade spirit stones from the tunnel. Zhuan had long lost interest in the spirit stones that gushed out from the Yuan Qi pillar outside. There's nothing? In that case, you can leave your spirit ring and get lost. The middle-aged man with black and white hair said coldly as he stared at Zhuan indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the 13 people behind him looked at Zhuan with ridicule in their eyes. All of them could sense that the young man before them was merely at the sovereign stage, and the Yuan energy pillar was gushing out from the crack. Moreover, the 2 of them had just come out from the crack. Who would believe that there was nothing good in the crack? You want me to leave my spirit ring and get lost? Zhuan's eyes were very calm, so calm that it was frightening. Why? Black and White Boss asked you to get lost. Are you unhappy? Are you planning to resist? You should know that if you choose to do this, the consequences will be very serious. A warrior at the peak of the golden Exalt realm walked out from behind the black and white-haired man. His aura exploded as he stared at Zhuowen indifferently. Obviously, this person wanted to show off in front of the black and white-haired man. Why don't you try and let me know how serious the consequences are? Zhuowen suddenly said with a smile. The warrior at the peak of the golden Exalt realm was stunned. He did not expect Zhuowen to say such provocative words. Was there really something wrong with his head? Since you want to know, I'll let you experience the consequences of resisting Black and White Boss. Chapter 1043. Black-White Sand. Looking at the incoming fist, Zhuo Wen's gaze was indifferent. He pushed with his right hand and caught the fist. Then he fiercely twisted it. Crack! The smile on the peak golden venerate's face froze before it could fully bloom. Then he felt a heart-wrenching pain from the fist. A blood-curdling scream was heard. The black and white-haired middle-aged man and the group of people who were looking at them with a mocking expression froze as they looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment. The fist of the peak golden venerate was caught in the palm of Zhuowen's hand. Then Zhuowen casually squeezed, and the peak golden venerate's right hand was twisted in an irregular manner. Creak! Lin Fan's left hand formed a palm and landed on the right arm of the peak golden venerate. Terrifying yuan power invaded the peak golden venerate's right arm like a meat grinder. The peak golden venerate's right arm crumbled inch by inch and turned into a bloody mist. Dang, dang, dang. With his right arm destroyed, the pinnacle golden Exalt took a step back and retreated. Looking at the young man in front of him, his face was filled with shock and anger. Until now, he still couldn't react. How did he lose his right arm? The young man's attack speed was too fast. Was this still the strength that a supreme Exalt could display? You can't beat me, and you want to leave? Do you think it will be so easy? Zhuowen snorted coldly and took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of the peak golden Exalt who was retreating. His right hand formed into a claw and grabbed the peak golden Exalt's left arm. Then, a golden light flashed on Zhuowen's left hand, and he threw a punch. It landed heavily on the peak golden venerate's chest. With a muffled sound, the peak golden venerate was turned into a bloody mist before he could even make sound. You dare to kill him? The black and white-haired middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, and a terrifying force burst out. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and shouted, Why? He wanted to kill me, but he was not strong enough. Shouldn't he be killed by me? Zhuowen lifted his head and stared calmly at the black and white-haired man. Good. A mere supreme realm cultivator actually dared to speak such arrogant words. You've really eaten the guts of a leopard. Do you really think that you're invincible just because you killed a peak golden venerable? The black and white-haired man's gaze turned even colder. You talk too much. Ziyang, kill all these eyesores. Staring at the murderous middle-aged man with long black and white hair, Zhuowen didn't want to say anything and directly ordered Zhang. Aming City was only a small and remote city. It was impossible for a city like this to have an Emperor Realm expert. It might not even have a peak Empyrean. Therefore, Ziyang Tianzuan could be considered an overlord in Aming City. After Zhuowen finished speaking, Ziyang Tianzuan, who had been standing behind Zhuowen, stepped forward and stood in front of Zhuowen. He said respectfully, Master, are we going to kill them all? Other than these 13 people, there are still quite a few people over there. As he spoke, Ziyang Tianzuan pointed to more figures outside the Origin Energy Pillar. These cultivators' cultivation wasn't as high as the black and white-haired man's group. Therefore, there were the other cultivators of Aming City who were excluded by the black and white-haired man's group. Forget about those people. Just kill these 13 eyesores. Zhuowen said indifferently. When Zhuowen said those words, the 13 people who were led by the black and white-haired man immediately glared at Zhuowen. This brat was too arrogant. Could it be that he thought the servant by his side could kill the 13 of them? Boom! However, the moment a terrifying aura burst out, the black and white-haired man and the other 13 people were stunned. Their throats trembled as they swallowed their saliva. This aura was so terrifying, it was like the might of the heavens. Peak, heavenly venerable? The black and white-haired man opened his mouth and spat out those words with difficulty. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. His gaze landed on Zhuan, who was behind Xiang. A mere supreme-level cultivator actually had a peak heavenly venerable guard. How did this kid do it? Could it be that this kid's background was extremely terrifying? Young master. Just now, we had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We were blind dogs. We hope that young master can let us go. The black and white-haired man and his group immediately cupped their hands and begged for mercy when Xiang's peak heavenly venerable cultivation erupted. The black and white-haired man was the strongest in their group, but he was only a mid-stage heavenly venerable. If he encountered a peak heavenly venerable, he would definitely be crushed. As for the black and white-haired man, his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking, but his face had turned extremely ugly. Kill. Zhuan's gaze was indifferent. He was unmoved and simply spat out that word. Boom. The moment Zhuan spat out the word kill, Zhang Tianzuan also moved. 3 huge Zhang wheels rose from his body and rushed towards the 13 people in front of him. Run! The black and white-haired man shouted. With a stomp of his foot, he rushed towards the back at an extremely fast speed. Run? Do you think you can escape? Zhuan said indifferently. With a stomp of his foot, 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. Like a bolt of lightning, he intercepted the black and white-haired man in midair. Xiang, kill the other 12. I'll kill this guy. Lightning flashed as Zhuan arrived in front of the black and white-haired man and ordered Xiang. Xiang nodded. He didn't have any objections. He was well aware of Zhuan's terrifying battle strength, so he wasn't worried that the black and white-haired man would pose any threat to Zhuan. Kill! Xiang shouted. With his 3-wheeled Xiang, he rushed towards the remaining 12 people, not letting any of them go. You're really arrogant. A mere supreme being dares to intercept me. Are you really courting death? When he saw that Ziyang had really obeyed Zhuan's orders and pursued the other 12 people, the black and white-haired man heaved a sigh of relief, and his gaze carried a trace of cruelty and contempt as he looked at the young man before him. The commotion here also attracted the attention of many cultivators outside the Yuanqi pillar. They quickly recognized the black and white-haired man. It's black and white sand. Just now, black and white sand coveted the things on the 2 people who came out of the crack. It looks like the 2 sides have started fighting. Black and white sand kicked an iron plate. The black-haired youth cultivation is indeed weak, but his battle strength isn't. Moreover, the blue-clothed man is even more terrifying. He's actually a peak heavenly venerable expert. They're finished. That black-clothed youth is actually facing black and white sand alone. What's that guy doing? Does he want to fight black and white sand alone? The confrontation between Zhuan and black and white sand immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, especially when the crowd discovered that Zhuan's aura was only at the Supreme Being realm. There was a flurry of discussion and whispers. It's Zhuan? Among the crowd, 2 figures' gazes suddenly converged on Zhuan, who was facing black and white sand, and they couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. The 2 figures were a man and a woman. If Zhuan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize them. They were actually the Sun family's patriarch, Sun Xing, and his daughter, Sun Jia. This Zhuan is actually facing black and white sand. Isn't he a bit arrogant? Sun Jia frowned. Young master Zhu's strength is extraordinary. Last time, he was able to kill the armored crocodile. This proves that his battle strength is actually not weaker than a mid-stage heavenly venerable. He should be able to withstand black and white sand. Sun Xing shook his head. At this moment, black and white sand stared indifferently at Zhuan and said coldly, Later, when you are killed by me, don't blame me for being merciless. I should be the one saying that. I feel that the one who will be killed is not me, but you. Zhuan replied indifferently. You are very confident and arrogant. However, people like you die very early. After black and white sand finished speaking, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Zhuan. He raised his hands, and a black and white saber appeared in his hands. Yin Yang's saber. With a roar, He He Sha swung his black and white sabers. Immediately, A spinning pattern of yin and yang appeared behind him. A terrifying force of yin and yang shot out of his hands, turning into two huge saber shadows of yin and yang intertwined in the air. Rumble. The huge yin-yang saber shadow descended from the void and slashed toward Zhuowen's head, wanting to cut Zhuowen in half. Morning treasure seal. Zhuowen let out an indifferent cry. A mysterious seal descended from the void. Soon after, a sorrowful feeling spread out. Like a curse, it landed on Black White Sand's body. Why did my strength suddenly drop? The moment the sorrowful feeling spread out, Black and White Sand's face changed drastically. He clearly felt that his entire body was powerless and his strength had dropped drastically. At the same time, he felt a sense of sadness in his heart and his mood fell. Nirvana of the Great Sun. Zhuowen roared and grew 4 heads and 8 arms. He stepped into the void and instantly appeared in front of Black and White Sand. His 8 arms struck out fiercely and golden light burst out, directly resisting the black and white yin-yang saber shadow in the void. Rumble. After being weakened by the morning treasure seal, Black and White Sand's strength had dropped drastically. The power of the black and white saber shadow was also greatly weakened. Bang! 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 Zhuowen threw out punch after punch, and golden light gathered in the air to form a golden universe. It looked extremely bright and dazzling. Gotcha! Finally, Zhuowen threw out another punch. This punch was wrapped in earth-shaking power, and it landed heavily on the black and white yin-yang saber shadow. Suddenly, the entire saber shadow space shook and the space shattered into pieces. The black and white saber shadow also shattered into pieces. Dying. After breaking through the saber shadow, Zhuowen took a step forward and immediately appeared in front of Black and White Sand. His 8 arms smashed down heavily and earth-shattering power spread out, causing Black and White Sand's face to change drastically. At that moment, he was cursed by the morning treasure seal, and his strength had been greatly weakened. Moreover, Zhuowen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Black and White Saber Shield. Black and White Sand roared angrily. He held his sabers horizontally, and the black and white sabers merged together to form a huge saber shield, blocking in front of him. It's useless. 100 feet body break. Zhuowen roared, and his body grew to a height of 100 feet. Then his mountain-like arms swung down from the sky and smashed on the saber shield. Gotcha. Chapter 1044. Handing in a mission in the end, the cracks on the black and white shield became more and more terrifying. Finally, it completely shattered. Then, Zhuowen's 8 arms hammered down, and the black and white shield completely shattered into dust. Die! The moment the black and white shield shattered, Zhuowen's 8 arms hammered down again, slamming into the black and white sand. The black and white sand didn't even make a sound before exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The moment the black and white sand died, the battle on Ziyang Tianzuan's side was also completely over. Ziyang took a step forward and returned to Zhuowen's side, standing respectfully behind him. Looking at the black and white sand that was easily killed, the cultivators outside the Origin Chi pillar felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were stunned on the spot, their eyes fixed on Zhuowen. Black and white sand, a mid-stage heavenly venerable, was killed by a supreme stage youth just like that. This scene would probably be imprinted in everyone's minds for a long time, like a shadow that would linger for a long time. This Zhuowen seems to be even stronger than before. Sun Jiao was also a little stunned and couldn't help muttering in a low voice. Sun Xing also had a look of awe. The black and white sand was much stronger than him, but Zhuowen could easily kill him. This was enough to show that Zhuowen could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. It's a pity that young Master Zhuo isn't willing to become the son-in-law of our Sun family. However, with young Master Zhuo's talent, I'm sure he doesn't like our Sun family, right? Sun Xing whispered with some pity. Hearing this, the complex look in Sun Jia's beautiful eyes became even more intense. Looking at the imposing figure bathed in golden light, she suddenly remembered how she had made things difficult for Zhuowen in the True Vein Forest. Now that she thought about it, how laughable it was. Master, the density of the origin chi pillar is much denser than the origin chi pillar in the main city. I'm afraid it's quite beneficial for our cultivation. Look at us. Ziyang suddenly stopped Zhuowen and pointed at the terrifying origin chi pillar behind them with his right hand. He whispered to Zhuowen, "You're right. Let's cultivate here for a while before returning." Zhuowen nodded. He was also tempted. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the sovereign realm, and he was very close to the golden exalt realm. He could use this yuan chi pillar to raise his cultivation to the golden exalt realm. As they spoke, the two of them took a step forward and instantly arrived at the core area of the yuan chi pillar. There was a rather large empty space there. Zhuowen and Ziyang sat there as if there was no one else around and began to refine the rich yuan chi around them. The other people outside the yuan chi pillar looked at the two people sitting in the core area with fear in their eyes. These two people were too terrifying. Even Black White Sands group was easily killed, so they naturally did not dare to make any moves. They only dared to quietly cultivate or search for spirit stones in the outer area. Time gradually passed, and a month quickly passed. Although the yuan chi pillar was also gradually thinning with the passage of time, it was also gradually thinning. After all, it was impossible for the yuan chi in this yuan vein to be endless. Rumors about the yuan chi pillar had also spread throughout Aming City. More and more cultivators gathered here in order to search for spirit stones. There were also some who wanted to use the rich yuan chi to cultivate. The two figures sitting cross-legged in the yuan chi pillar had become a common sight for many cultivators over the past month. Although many cultivators would cast their gazes at the two figures from time to time, no one dared to provoke them. This was because everyone still remembered that an early-stage, heavenly exalt cultivator wanted to enter the core area of the yuan chi pillar to cultivate, so he rashly rushed in. When he wanted to chase away the two figures, the blue-clothed man only used one move to kill the early-stage, heavenly exalt cultivator in front of everyone. Even an early-stage, heavenly exalt cultivator had died at the hands of the blue-clothed man. Naturally, no one else dared to provoke or enter the core area of the yuan chi pillar. Finally, among the two figures that were originally motionless, a black-clothed youth slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura surged out from his body, forming a hurricane around him. "I've broken through the early-stage golden exalt realm." Zhuowen revealed a smile. In a month, with the help of the rich yuan chi pillar, he had finally broken through the barrier of the peak sovereign realm and successfully advanced to the golden exalt realm. "Congratulations, master!" Ziyang Tianzuan also stood up. He also saw that Zhuowen's cultivation had broken through and hurriedly congratulated him. "Ziyang, how much longer will it take for you to advance to the Emperor realm?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. He could feel that Ziyang Tianzuan was only a step away from the Emperor realm. Ziyang Tianzuan revealed a wry smile and said, "This is hard to say. After all, it's not that easy to break through to the Emperor realm. Although this subordinate has already taken half a step into the Emperor realm, it's still hard to say for sure." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He also knew that it was difficult to break through to the Emperor realm. After all, Lu Hantian had stayed at the peak heavenly exalt realm for a long time before breaking through to the Emperor realm. Although Ziyang Tianzuan's talent was also very strong, there was still a gap between him and Lu Hantian. If there were no special fortuitous encounters, it would be difficult to break through to the Emperor realm. There's no hurry. After all, it's not that easy to break through to the Emperor realm. What you should do now is to accumulate more. Once you've accumulated enough, you'll be able to break through. At that time, it'll be time for you to soar into the sky," Zhuowen said lightly. Ziyang Tianzuan nodded. His eyes were full of approval. The Emperor realm was different from the Four Supremes realm. It wasn't something that could be successfully advanced by relying on talent. It also required the accumulation of time and energy. "Let's go. It's time to return to Jiashan College to hand in the mission." Looking at the increasingly thin origin chi pillar in the sky, Zhuowen knew that the origin chi pillar would disappear soon. The origin chi vein underground would also slowly disappear with the passage of time. However, this had nothing to do with Zhuowen. Whoosh whoosh. As they spoke, the two of them turned into two streams of light and left the place. The moment the two of them left, the other warriors who were originally wandering around the origin chi pillar became restless and rushed towards the core area. After returning to the main city, Zhuowen instructed Ing Tianzuan to return to the inn first. Then, he stepped into the outer courtyard again. Following the winding path, Zhuowen arrived at the mission location. The number of people in the mission hall was extremely high. There were constantly people coming and going to accept missions on the light screen. It was very lively. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the missions in the heaven region had been changed to 10 new missions. The reason for the change was that the previous 10 missions had been successfully completed. This deba is really not simple. In just a little over a month, he actually completed all 10 missions in the heaven region. Looking at the 10 new missions in the heaven region, Zhuowen frowned slightly and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Previously, all 10 missions in the heaven region had been accepted by Deba alone. Now that the missions had been changed, it could only mean that all 10 missions had been completed. Zhuowen shook his head and ignored this. He walked directly to the second floor and came to the counter where Bei Xian was. Yo, Zhuo Xiaoyu is here again. Did the mission go smoothly this time? Seeing Zhuowen come, Bei Xian quickly stood up from his chair and asked with a flushed face. It went quite smoothly. I basically completed all of them. This is the token for this mission. Senior Bei Xian, please take a look. It should be considered a pass, right? Zhuowen nodded and took out an emerald green pill from his spirit ring. This was the channel opening pill that Zhuowen had obtained from the Sun family. It was also the token for completing the mission this time. It's the real channel opening pill. Bei Xian took it and looked at it. He nodded and returned the channel opening pill to Zhuowen. He continued, You have completed the mission this time. The reward for this mission is 30,000 contribution points. This is your reward. Take it. As he spoke, Bei Xian also transferred 30,000 contribution points to Zhuowen. Originally, Zhuowen only had 30,000 contribution points. Now, he had an additional 30,000 contribution points. He now had a total of 60,000 contribution points. Senior Bei Xian, I still have some good stuff that I want to exchange for contribution points. Zhuowen suddenly smiled mysteriously at Bei Xian. Bei Xian's eyes lit up and he laughed. I knew that you would definitely have some good stuff. What is it? Take it out and let me take a look. Zhuowen nodded and immediately took out a crystal clear spiritual stone that was filled with yuan qi and handed it to Bei Xian. This is a supreme grade spiritual stone. Bei Xian was stunned at first. Then he said with some surprise, a supreme grade spiritual stone was much rarer than a high grade spiritual stone. Even in Jiashan College, it was hard to find such a spiritual stone. Hence, when Bei Xian saw Zhuowen take out a supreme grade spiritual stone, he was extremely surprised. Senior Bei Xian, how many contribution points can this supreme grade spiritual stone be exchanged for? Zhuowen asked curiously. Bei Xian pondered for a while and said, a supreme grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 20,000 contribution points. You must have more than one on you, right? 20,000 contribution points? Zhuowen was also shocked. He did not expect a supreme grade spiritual stone to be so valuable. A single one was worth 20,000 contribution points. He had 200 supreme grade spiritual stones on him. Didn't that mean that he could exchange them for 4 million contribution points? However, Zhuowen did not plan to exchange all the supreme grade spiritual stones for contribution points. 200 supreme grade spiritual stones with a huge sum of money. It was enough to arouse the greed of anyone. Hence, Zhuowen would not be so foolish to exchange all of them. Thinking about this, Zhuowen smiled and took out 10 supreme grade spiritual stones from his spiritual ring. He said, my luck is not bad. During this mission, I found a small yuan vein. Hence, I found these supreme grade spiritual stones. Looking at the 10 supreme grade spiritual stones in Zhuowen's hand, Bei Xian nodded his head. His expression did not change. Instead, he looked at Zhuowen strangely and said, looks like your luck is not bad. You actually found a small yuan vein during a mission. It's just luck. Senior Bei Xian, please exchange them for contribution points for me. Zhuowen scratched his head and said naively. Chapter 1045. West Trench City. Hearing Bei Xian's teasing words, Zhuowen only smiled faintly. He did not feel proud at all. His goal was not limited to the outer court, but the 9 Netherworld realm. He wanted to explore a world that was even bigger than the 9 Netherworld realm. After chatting with Bei Xian for a while, Zhuowen exchanged for some arcane technique manuals and instructions on how to refine yuan arrays. At the same time, he also exchanged for the materials needed to refine yuan arrays from Bei Xian. Zhuowen planned to spend some time practicing the method of refining origin formations. He planned to join the Arcana Tower and meet with Mu Feng. After all, only Mu Feng knew about the key to fusing the 9 types of earth fire, the 1000-fold fossil. However, what made Zhuowen's heart ache was that everything related to arcane techniques required an exorbitant amount of contribution points. Zhuowen exchanged for some basic arcane techniques manuals, yuan array materials, and blueprints, which actually cost him a total of 200,000 contribution points. In other words, all the contribution points that Zhuowen exchanged with the Supreme Grade Spirit Stones were spent on the series of items that were refined by the Arcane Yuan Array. Being an arcane master is indeed a money-burning profession. Zhuowen sighed softly and silently in his heart when he saw the number of 60,000 displayed on the contribution technique table. Originally, he planned to exchange for the love seal of the 7 Emotions Precious Seal. Unfortunately, he did not have enough contribution points on him. It seemed like he could only exchange for it next time. Although Zhuowen could take out some Supreme Great Spirit Stones to exchange for contribution points, Zhuowen had already taken out 20 Supreme Great Spirit Stones. If he took out more Supreme Great Spirit Stones now, it would definitely arouse Bei Xian's suspicion. Although Bei Xian did not look like someone who would be tempted by wealth, Zhuowen did not want to take the risk. After storing the yuan array materials and the arcane technique manuals into his spirit ring, Zhuowen bid farewell to Bei Xian and left the mission hall. Walking out of the quest hall, Zhuowen headed straight for the bamboo forest. Right now, he was rather concerned about whether Kanan, Imo, Lingtian, and the others had completed their quests. After returning to his residence in the bamboo forest, Zhuowen took out the communication jade token for Jianan's group and sent a message. After which, he quietly waited at his own residence. He knew that Jianan's group would meet up at his residence once they returned to the outer academy. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Zhuowen realized that Imo, Lingtian, Kanan, and the others had not come. What's going on? The time limit for Jianan and the others' mission is 1 month. Now, more than a month has passed. Logically speaking, regardless of whether the mission is a success or a failure, they should all return to the outer court. Sitting on a chair in the room, Zhuowen bent the fingers on his right hand and gently looked at the table beside him. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Finally, Zhuowen stood up and sent a few more messages into the communication jade token. However, these messages were like mud sinking into the sea. There were no ripples at all. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness. After which, Zhuowen took out another communication jade token. This communication jade token belonged to Cheng Dong from the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. After sending a message to Cheng Dong to confirm Cheng Dong's location, Zhuowen left his residence and flew towards Cheng Dong. In a rather quiet and elegant courtyard, a man in snow-white clothes walked with a mysterious footwork. He held a sword in his right hand. As he took a step forward, the long sword in his hand changed. His swordsmanship and footwork merged into one. He was like a dancing butterfly. Swoosh! A figure suddenly flew over and landed in the courtyard. It was a black-robed young man. This young man was Zhuowen, who had just come out from the bamboo forest residence. Senior Cheng Dong. Zhuowen cupped his hands and greeted politely. The white-clothed man slowly came to a halt. He turned around with a warm smile hanging from the corners of his mouth. He stared at Zhuowen in an indifferent manner and said, "Junior Zhuowen, why have you come this time?" "Senior Cheng Dong, this time, I'm really sorry for bothering you. However, I have no choice but to ask for your help Zhuowen said solemnly. Seeing Zhuowen's expression, the smile on Cheng Dong's face faded. He knew that Zhuowen must have encountered some kind of problem. Sit down and tell me slowly, Cheng Dong said to Zhuowen with a smile. Nodding his head, Zhuowen sat on a stone chair at the side and briefly explained the matter of Jianan, Mo, Lingtian, and the other two. Zhuowen planned to borrow the power of the fragrant ink pavilion that Cheng Dong was in to find out where Jianan and the other two were. Could it be that they had encountered danger during the mission? I see. Junior Zhuowen, please don't be impatient. As your senior, I will instruct the members of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion to check on the situation of your four friends. Cheng Dong nodded his head solemnly. Soon after, he took out a jade talisman with his right hand and sent a message into it. Then, the jade talisman disappeared in midair along with the message. The members of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion should be able to find out about the situation of your four friends very soon. After doing this, Cheng Dong said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded his head lightly, and his heart calmed down slightly. As one of the four most powerful factions in the Outer Academy, the Fragrant Ink Pavilion's information-gathering ability was naturally extremely powerful. Zhuowen could still trust them on this point. Zhuowen and Cheng Dong sat opposite each other. They did not converse, but instead silently waited for the information from the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. Soon after, a ray of light swept over from the horizon and instantly arrived above Cheng Dong. Cheng Dong waved his right hand, and instantly, the ray of light was sucked into his hand. Soon after, he silently checked the information within the ray of light. Cheng Dong, who originally had a calm expression, suddenly frowned. Soon after, he glanced at Zhuowen and a trace of pondering appeared in his eyes. Seeing the expression on Cheng Dong's face, Zhuowen's gaze turned slightly serious. A trace of an ominous feeling rose in his heart, and he hurriedly asked, Senior Cheng Dong, what happened? Where are Jianan and the other three now? Brother Zhuo, just now, I received information from a member of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. It is said that Jianan, Gatha, and Xianxing were carrying out a mission in the West Path City in the northwest. However, during the mission, they unexpectedly had a conflict with the young master of the Xiaoyao sect, the largest faction in the West Path City. It is said that the three of them killed the young master and are now wanted by the Xiaoyao sect. At this point, Cheng Dong did not continue speaking. He knew that Zhuowen was a smart person and would definitely be able to guess what had happened next. Offended the Xiaoyao sect? Are they all right? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Jianan and the others are not in any life-threatening danger. It is said that Gatha's armor spirit is very magical and actually helped them to avert danger many times. However, this has also angered the higher-ups of the Xiaoyao sect. It is said that the master of the Xiaoyao sect has come out of the mountain and wants to completely suppress the three of them. Cheng Dong continued. The master of the Xiaoyao sect? What is his cultivation level? Zhuowen asked. He is at the peak of the Holy Master realm and is very powerful. Moreover, there are 5 elders in the Xiaoyao sect who are at the Holy Master realm. There are 6 Holy Masters in the Xiaoyao sect. They are considered a tyrant in the northwest. Cheng Dong explained. What about Mo Lingtian? Zhuowen asked again. Mo Lingtian has completed his mission and returned. However, after hearing about the 3 of them, he left for the West Path City 3 days ago. Cheng Dong said unhurriedly. Zhuowen nodded. There was a trace of anxiety in his heart. He cupped his hands at Cheng Dong and said, Senior Cheng Dong, thank you very much for this time. I will not stay for long. I have to go to the West Path City. Junior brother, be careful. This time, it's mainly because the 3 of them killed the young master of the Xiaoyao sect. The outer court is in the wrong. Although the higher-ups of the outer court knew that the 3 of them were being hunted, they did not lend a helping hand. This is the real reason. Therefore, the master of the Xiaoyao sect will not hold back just because you are a student of the excellent God Academy. Cheng Dong cautiously reminded Zhuowen. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Zhuowen cupped his hands and left the outer court. He directly flew towards the northwest direction. Zhuowen had already exchanged for the map of the entire excellent God Island when he entered the academy. This was so that he would not be confused when doing missions in the future. Looking at Zhuan's departing figure, Chengdong's eyes revealed a trace of interest. He muttered in a low voice, "Junior Zhuan's progress is really fast." During the freshman assessment, he was only at the late stage of the sovereign realm. Now, it's only been 2 months, and he has already reached the early stage of the golden sovereign realm. His talent is really terrifying. The northwest area of auspicious God Island was a desolate and uninhabited desert. In this desert, West Path City was the only place where people gathered. Many martial artists that passed by would basically come to West Path City to stay, replenish their rations and water. A figure instantly cut through the void and arrived at the gate of West Path City. It was a handsome young man with a cold gaze. At this moment, most of the cultivators at the gate were wearing gauze hats and strange white robes. They held onto their horses and entered the city under the inspection of the gate guards. Why is the inspection of West Path City so strict recently? It wasn't this strict in the past. Don't you know? It said that the young master of the Xiao Yao sect was killed. Now, the master of the Xiao Yao sect is going crazy and is looking for the murderer everywhere. What? Who has the guts to actually kill the young master of the Xiao Yao sect? Isn't that just courting death? You don't know. It said that the murderer came from the Excellent God Academy. Moreover, their cultivation isn't very high. It said that they are only at the Xuanzuan realm level. However, among the 3 of them, 2 of them have armor souls that are not simple. They actually managed to escape the pursuit of the Xiao Yao sect. Moreover, because the 3 of them took the initiative to kill the young master of the Xiao Yao sect, the Excellent God Academy doesn't plan to step in for the 3 of them. It can be said that they have given up on the 3 of them. The 2 cultivators standing in line in front of Zhuan suddenly began to whisper. At the same time, their eyes swept around, afraid that someone would hear what they were saying. Zhuan, who was standing behind the 2 of them, frowned slightly. He knew the characters of Jianan and the other 2. If no one provoked them, they would never attack or even kill. He always felt that there was something fishy about this. Chapter 1046. The man in the black robe, as the name implied. West Path City was a city that was opened up in the northwest region. The northwest region of Excellent God Island was extremely desolate. The person who opened West Path City was the first-generation sect master of the Carefree sect. He was a person with great perseverance and was loved and respected by many people in West Path City. In order to thank the first patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, the Xiao Yao sect had erected a stone statue of the first patriarch in front of the mountain gate to thank him for his great achievements. However, as time went on, the Xiao Yao sect became more and more opinionated and self-opinionated. Many cultivators in West Trench City were dissatisfied and even complained. However, the Xiao Yao sect was too powerful. Even though there were complaints everywhere, the cultivators in West Trench City didn't dare to resist. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. On the yellow dirt road, people came and went. Zhuan gazed at the surroundings of West Trench City. He was surprised at the prosperity of West Trench City. The northwest area of the wonderful Spirit Island was famous for being desolate, and for West Tough City to be able to develop to this extent, it seemed that this carefree sect was not simple. However, Zhuan did not notice the strands of worry between the brows of the residents of West Tough City. Let's go to the restaurant and see if there's any news about Jianan and the others. Following the flow of people on the street, Zhuan randomly found a restaurant and ordered a few dishes. He then sat there and drank by himself. At the same time, Yuan power gathered in his ears and captured all the sounds that could be heard in the restaurant. Have you heard? It's said that the murderer of the Xiao Yao sect's young master has been caught. What? They caught him? The person who killed the young master must be very strong, right? It's said that it's a young man. However, his cultivation isn't very high. He's only in the Xuanzuan realm. I heard that there are still 2 accomplices who haven't been caught. However, the Xiao Yao sect's patriarch plans to bring this man to the Xiao Yao square and hang him in front of everyone. Zhuowen's wine glass suddenly froze as his pupils shrank. He never expected that one of the 3 had already been captured. Based on the description of the others, the one who had been captured was a young man. In that case, it was very likely that this person was John Nan. He wants to hang the murderer in front of everybody. I'm afraid the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect wants to use him as bait to lure the other two out. You are the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, and you are using such despicable tricks. How ridiculous! Suddenly, a low and hoarse voice came from a rather remote corner of the restaurant. Then, everyone in the restaurant tacitly stopped talking and looked at the remote corner. At a table in a remote corner, a figure in a black robe and a black hat was silently drinking by himself. He seemed to be solitary and mysterious. Zhuo Wen's gaze also converged on the black-robed man. He kept having the feeling that the black-robed man's figure gave him a familiar feeling. Moreover, he could tell that the man's hoarse voice was deliberate. "Who are you? How dare you insult the patriarch of a Xiao Yao sect?" A figure stood up from a table in the middle of the restaurant. His cold gaze focused on the black-robed man in a remote corner. His voice was filled with chilliness. "It's a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect." As soon as this figure stood up, a wave of discussion immediately sounded out in the surroundings. Their eyes were filled with fear and reverence. The Carefree sect's influence in West Slope City was very great. The disciples of the Carefree sect were extremely arrogant and despotic. The cultivators of West Slope City didn't dare to provoke these disciples. Zhuowen's gaze shifted to the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect who had just stood up. That disciple's cultivation level wasn't high. He was probably a supreme being. However, Zhuowen's gaze was focused on the table where the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect was sitting. There were 5 people at the table. They were wearing the same clothes as the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect. Those clothes were probably the uniforms of the Xiao Yao sect. Those 5 people's cultivation levels weren't bad. Among them, there was a handsome young man in white clothes. His chi was the strongest at the table. He was at the peak of the Golden Zune layer. Next to the young man in white clothes was a beautiful young woman. She was also wearing the uniform of the Xiao Yao sect. She was probably a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect. What? Is the Xiao Yao sect not happy about this? Don't tell me that the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect didn't want this? The man in black clothes slowly stood up. His eyes were as sharp as knives. The disciple of the Xiao Yao sect couldn't help but take a few steps back. Hee. Other than barking like a dog, what else can you do? Do you think you're qualified to be a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect? The man in black clothes said aggressively. The disciple of the Xiao Yao sect was furious. He shouted, "It seems like you don't know what's good for you. You dare to provoke the Xiao Yao sect again and again. Today, on behalf of the Xiao Yao sect, I'll teach you a lesson." When he finished talking, the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect jumped forwards and threw himself at the cultivator in the black Chong Pao. He raised his right hand and released a terrifying amount of pure chi. It looked like a pack of wolves were rushing towards the cultivator in the black Chong Pao. The man in the black robe stood up and waved his sleeve. A purple flame appeared in the air and blocked the attack. At the same time, the purple flame moved toward the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect and landed on his body. Oh! The disciple of the Xiao Yao sect gave a horrible shriek as he was enveloped by the purple flame. The temperature of the flame was so high that the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect was burnt to ashes. Hiss! 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 Everybody was staring at the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect who had been burnt to ashes. Then, they looked at the man in black clothes with fear in their eyes. It seemed like the man in black clothes who had provoked the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was not simple. A Zune disciple of the Xiao Yao sect had been killed by him. Looking at the purple flame released by the man in black clothes, Zhuowen's eyes twinkled. He smiled and silently watched the confrontation between the man in black clothes and the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect. At that moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became strange and quiet. Not only the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, but the cultivators of the other tables were also stunned. The man in black clothes was too presumptuous. He had killed the disciple of the Xiao Yao sect in front of everybody. He didn't put the Xiao Yao sect in his eyes. Bang! At the table in the middle of the restaurant, besides the man in white clothes and the pretty girl, the other 3 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect stood up. "Who are you? How dare you kill a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect? A tall and thin disciple of the Xiao Yao sect glared at the man in black clothes. The three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were much stronger than the one who had been killed. They were all at the initial Golden Zune stage. Ding! 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 The three of them slowly stood up and surrounded the man in black clothes from three different directions. Their chi of the Golden Zune stage burst out like a volcano. It was terrifying. The moment the three of them surrounded the black-robed man, the cultivators of the surrounding tables all distanced themselves. They weren't strong, so if the battle between the four of them affected them, wouldn't it be a tragedy for them? Is it important who I am? I don't like the Xiao Yao sect, so I killed a few of your disciples. Can't I? The man in black clothes said in a hoarse voice. The three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were astonished. The man in the black cloak was way too arrogant. He dared to kill a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect just because he didn't like them? It seems like you want to cause trouble. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. The tall and skinny man snorted coldly and gave the other two disciples a look. Suddenly, the three of them rushed toward the black-robed man in tacit understanding. At the same time, the three of them pulled out their respective swords. Immediately, the light of the swords filled the entire restaurant. The black-robed man lowered his head slightly and clapped his hands in the air. Suddenly, terrifying purple flames burst out and formed purple flowers. Purple flower bloom. A deep voice slowly sounded out. The purple flower formed by the purple flame slowly bloomed in the air. A terrifying power erupted, causing the temperature in the restaurant to rise to the extreme. Some of the weaker warriors had a slight change in their expressions and quickly retreated. As soon as the purple flower bloomed, the three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were shocked. They jumped on the ground and released a terrifying amount of qi. Their swords danced in the air and turned into three gigantic sword shadows in the air. Boom! Boom! The sword shadow and the purple flame instantly collided as a muffled thunder like explosion resounded. Soon after, the two suddenly came to a standstill in midair. Subsequently, a ring-shaped chi wave gushed out and spread outwards. The surrounding tables were lifted one after another by this chi wave and shattered into countless pieces of wood. They're in a stalemate. The man in black clothes is not simple. They're all initial golden exalts, but he is able to fight against three of them. He is not at a disadvantage. Everyone's pupils shrank when they saw that. They stared at the black-robed man in the purple flames with fear. The three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were considered elites. They were all at the initial stage of the Golden Exalt realm. If they joined forces, they could fight against a mid-Golden Exalt realm cultivator. However, the man in black clothes was only an initial Golden Exalt. Yet, he could easily block their combined attack. It was enough to show how terrifying he was. Purple flower explosion. Another shout was heard. Then, the blooming purple flowers exploded one by one. In an instant, the power of the explosion reached a terrifying level. The three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect who were fighting against the three sword shadows were shocked when they felt the power of the explosion. They pushed their yuan qi to the maximum and tried to suppress the power of the explosion. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Then, the three sword shadows were shattered by the power of the explosion. The three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were pushed back, and their faces turned pale. Die! The man in black clothes shouted. He took a step forward, and the purple flames surrounded him flew towards the three disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. He wanted to kill them. Swoosh! Chapter 1047. By Yishua Bang. Caught off guard, the black-robed man was hit in the chest by the shadow. With a grunt, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered a few steps back. It was only then that the crowd realized that the shadow was actually a scabbard. The scabbard floated in front of the three Xiaoyao sect disciples, as if it was alive. Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your help. The three Xiaoyao sect disciples stared at the scabbard in front of them before bowing respectfully to the white-robed man at the table behind them. This person is actually Xiaoyao sect's eldest disciple, Bai Yishua. Bai Yishua usually appears and disappears unpredictably. He actually has the leisure to drink with other disciples in the restaurant today. Just as the three Xiaoyao sect disciples finished speaking, they attracted the attention of the other people at the table. Obviously, Bai Yixue was very famous in West Trench City. Otherwise, the crowd would not have reacted so violently when his name was mentioned. Zhuan's gaze naturally fell on Bai Yixue as well. When the first Xiaoyao sect disciple had shouted earlier, Zhuan had already noticed that Bai Yixue's cultivation base was not weak, having reached the pinnacle of the golden venerable realm. He did not expect him to be the eldest disciple of Xiaoyao sect. What? Isn't it enough that you've killed one of my Xiaoyao sect's disciples? Do you want to kill more? Bai Yixue slowly raised the wine cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp as he spoke faintly. The black-robed man steadied himself, his gaze solemn. Bai Yixue was a pinnacle golden venerable realm expert after all. His ability was much stronger than his own. Just the strike earlier was already difficult for him to withstand. It was truly terrifying. I don't think I'm the one who started this. It was your Xiaoyao sect's disciple who provoked me first. Don't you think it's an insult to Xiaoyao sect's reputation now that you're bullying me with your numbers? The black-robed man sneered coldly. Bai Yixue smiled faintly, his gaze not on the black-robed man. Instead, his left hand pinched the chin of the beautiful girl who was leaning against him, while his right hand raised the wine cup to pour himself a drink. He said faintly, Xiaoyao sect's disciples provoked you because we thought highly of you. Killing you is giving you face. Not only are you not grateful to Xiaoyao sect, but you're also slandering us. I think you don't know the ways of the world. Provoking me because you think highly of me? Killing me is giving me face? What a domineering Xiaoyao sect. Do you really think you could defeat me? If I want to leave, you can't stop me. The black-robed man snorted coldly. His entire body was covered in purple flames. He took a step forward and rushed toward the entrance of the restaurant. He wanted to escape from the restaurant. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Bai Yixue's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a point of his right hand, the scabbard hovering in front of him was pulled abruptly. The sharp long sword contained within was unsheathed, turning into a ray of sword light that shot towards the black-robed man. The terrifying sword light was like the bright moonlight in the night sky, emitting a cold light, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Whoosh! The speed of the sword light was very fast, and it arrived in front of the black-robed man in an instant. Then, the long sword danced, and a terrifying sword chi burst out, forming layers of terrifying sword screens, blocking in front of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's expression changed slightly. Purple flames rushed out and formed a huge purple hand. It fell from the sky and crushed the sword light coming from the front and back. Swoosh! Unfortunately, the sword light was too terrifying. The huge hand formed by purple flames was chopped off the moment it came into contact with the sword light, turning into countless purple flames that dissipated in the air. Swoosh! The sword light continued forward, arriving in front of the black-robed man in an instant. It stood on the purple flames on the black-robed man's body. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard. The black-robed man snorted and retreated dozens of steps onto the sword light. He was actually forced back by the sword light. What are you three junior brothers still looking at? It's better to kill such an arrogant fellow. Bai Yixue spat out the words calmly, his voice containing a deep murderous intent. Eldest senior brother is right. The three disciples of the Xiaoyao sect clasped their hands in front of their chests. They were overjoyed. They jumped forwards and chased after the cultivator in the black cloak. In a flash, they caught up with the cultivator in the black cloak. The three of them joined hands again and surrounded the cultivator in the black cloak. Three gigantic swords descended from the sky towards the cultivator in the black cloak. The man in the black robe looked gloomy. He raised both of his hands, and an endless amount of purple flames appeared. The purple flames roared like the waves of an ocean. They rolled up layer by layer, as if they wanted to kill the three disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. Whoosh! Just as the purple flames were about to completely cover the three Xiaoyao sect disciples, Another sword light came and slammed into the terrifying purple flame waves. The purple flame waves collapsed instantly, turning into fine powder. The black-robed man snorted again and retreated a few steps. Taking advantage of the black-robed man's retreat, the three Xiaoyao sect's disciples did not let go of this opportunity. They quickly launched an attack, attacking the black-robed man mercilessly, causing the black-robed man to be slightly exhausted. Every time the black-robed man unleashed a powerful purple flame, wanting to repel the three Xiaoyao sect's disciples, Bai Yixue would control his sword and extinguish the purple flame, rendering the black-robed man's attack useless. Many martial artists in the restaurant frowned when they saw the scene. The Xiaoyao sect was despicable. 3 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect ganged up on initial stage golden honored realm martial artist, and that was already bullying him with numbers. Now, the Xiaoyao sect's eldest disciple, Bai Yixue, had interfered, breaking the black-robed man's attacks time and time again, forcing the black-robed man into a passive state of defense. Most practitioners knew that if the black-robed man continued to defend passively, he would not be able to last long. Eventually, he would be defeated. In addition, many of the martial artists in the tavern were contemptuous of Bai Yixue's participation as well. Of course, no one would express such feelings. The carefree sect's tyranny in West Trench City was well known. They did not want to get into trouble. Die! The 3 Xiaoyao sect's disciples laughed maliciously. The black-robed man was already weak and his defense was full of flaws. The 3 Xiaoyao sect's disciples began to strengthen their attacks, almost completely suppressing the black-robed man. Watching the scene, the crowd in the restaurant sighed. They could clearly feel that the black-robed man would not be able to hold on for long. He would be defeated in a few moves. Xiaoyao sect, how despicable! The black-robed man roared angrily. He took out a jade talisman with a mysterious pattern engraved on its surface and crushed it. A jade-colored light wrapped around it, after which it turned into a ray of light and shot out of the restaurant at an extremely fast speed. Oh no, it's the wind talisman. I didn't expect this guy to have something like this. Stop him. The 3 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect saw the talisman in the man's hand and shouted loudly. The 3 sword shadows that were floating in the air rushed towards the man in the black robe. They wanted to stop him from leaving the Xiaoyao sect. Unfortunately, the black-robed man's speed was too fast with the help of the wind talisman. The attacks of the 3 Xiaoyao sect's disciples could not catch up with the black-robed man at all, only landing on his afterimage. Eldest senior brother. Seeing that their attacks had been dodged, the 3 Xiaoyao sect's disciples looked gloomy. Bai Yixue narrowed his eyes and sneered. I knew that this guy might have a trump card to escape. He can't escape from the restaurant. As he spoke, Bai Yixue's right hand formed a sword spell. Instantly, a terrifying sword light erupted from the restaurant's entrance. The sword light was like an upside-down waterfall, floating up and filling the air with sword energy, blocking the black-robed man who was trying to escape from the restaurant's entrance. Damn it! Break it! The black-robed man's expression finally changed. He did not expect Bai Yixue to set up such a waterfall of sword light at the restaurant's entrance. With a cold snort, he clenched his right hand into a fist, the surface of which was covered in purple flame. With a punch, the air seemed to be scorched. Boom! The force of the punch arrived, crashing onto the waterfall of sword light. A terrifying shock wave spread out, causing the entire restaurant to tremble. The waterfall of sword light at the entrance was as still as a mountain, while the black-robed man was forced to take a few steps back. Swoosh! A sword light came again, as if it had traveled through the void, arriving in front of the black-robed man in an instant, wanting to cut him in half. I'm not playing with you anymore. You should just die. As the sword light swept out, Bai Yixue's indifferent voice could be heard. Violet flower bloom. The black-robed man shouted angrily, starting to fight with all his might. Bai Yixue's ability was much stronger than his. The power of the sword light made him feel a fatal threat. Purple flame flowers bloomed one after another, gathering in front of the black-robed man, protecting him. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light was swift, like a dazzling meteor that streaked across the night sky, arriving in front of the purple flame flowers in an instant. With a flick, the purple flame flowers withered and were destroyed. Violet flower explosion. The black-robed man's gaze was extremely solemn. With a low growl, the purple flame flowers around him began to explode. The terrifying explosive force spread out, causing the entire restaurant to shake even more violently. "Break!" Baishiue's indifferent voice rang out. The incoming sword light grew stronger and more terrifying, like a blazing sun as it slashed out. The exploding violet flower explosion was completely annihilated by the terrifying sword light. Die! The violet flower explosion was destroyed. The black-robed man stomped his feet and retreated, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Baishue was not going to let him off easily. With a pinch of his sword spell, the terrifying sword light descended from the sky, falling towards the black-robed man's head, wanting to pierce through it completely. This person is dead for sure. Everyone in the restaurant fell silent when they saw this. They just stared at the scene quietly. They knew very well just how terrifying this streak of light was. The black-robed man could not block it at all. He was probably dead for sure. Even the black-robed man's gaze was filled with despair. The sword light was indeed terrifying. A sense of helplessness rose within him. Chapter 1048. Saving someone. Bang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the sword light that had descended from the sky was blocked by a sudden flash of crimson light. An ear-piercing sound wave spread out from between the sword light and crimson light, causing everyone in the restaurant to cover their ears with their hands, their gazes filled with pain. Baishue's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He had not expected such a terrifying crimson light to surge out from the black-robed man. Break! With a gleam in his eyes, Baishue's expression remained cold as he pinched the sword seal with his right hand. The sword light that had been blocked glowed even brighter, like a rising sun. Its power grew increasingly terrifying, as if it was about to suppress the crimson light. Buzz! However, the instant the power of the sword light increased, the blood-red light was not to be outdone. It actually blossomed with an endless blood-red light. This blood-red light even overshadowed the sword light. The entire restaurant was filled with this blood-red light, as if this space had turned into a world of blood. Bang, bang, bang. As the crimson light spread, the enhanced sword light was forced to retreat again and again before it was flung away. Boom, boom. The table that Baishue was sitting on actually shattered into dust under the force. Baishue's gaze was chilling as he stomped his foot and formed a sword seal with his right hand. The sword light that had been flung away turned into a long, chilling sword that landed beside him. Force back? Baishue's attack was actually forced back, and he looks rather pathetic. Looking at Baishue, who had been leisurely with a beauty in one arm and a wine in the other, but was now forced to stand up and shatter the table, many people in the tavern were shocked. Their attention was then placed on the crimson glow in front of the black-robed man. The true form of the crimson light was actually a crimson spear that radiated crimson light. The surface of the spear was covered in layers of creepy blood scabs while a bloodthirsty aura surged out, causing those who saw it to turn pale. What puzzled them even more was who the owner of the crimson spear was. No one had seen anyone make a move when the crimson spear was launched. Could the crimson spear be the black-robed man's trump card? Boom! After deflecting the sword light, the blood spear buzzed and began to spin. Like a blood-colored electric drill, it fiercely smashed into the sword light waterfall behind. With a cracking sound, the sword light waterfall shattered into nothingness. The black-robed man looked at the blood spear with a hint of ecstasy in his eyes. Then a deep voice sounded in his mind. "You go first. I'll call you back tonight." The black-robed man was first stunned. Then he nodded and didn't stay any longer. With a stomp of his foot, he relied on the wind jade talisman to instantly transform into an illusory shadow that vanished from the entrance of the restaurant. Boom! Baishue stomped on the ground, a terrifying energy gushing out. His white robe fluttered loudly as his gaze exuded a piercing glare. The black-robed man who was supposed to be dead had actually escaped just like that. How could he, by Ishue, maintain his dignity? Very good. You dare to let go of the person that Xiaoyao sect wanted to kill. You're very brave. Bai Ishue's gaze moved away from the crimson spear slowly and landed on a remote table. There was a delicate-looking young man who was drinking wine leisurely, as if what had happened here had nothing to do with him. Bai Ishue's actions naturally attracted the attention of the other people in the restaurant. Following his gaze, their gazes landed on the young man who was pouring wine at the remote table. Could the owner of the Crimson Spear be this young man? The people in the restaurant whispered, their gazes filled with doubt. At the same time, they were trying to guess the identity of the young man who was pouring wine. The chilling gazes of the three Xiaoyao sect disciples landed on the young man as well. They had blind confidence in Bai Ishue. Since Bai Ishue was certain that the one who had attacked was this person, it must be this person. What? I was just seeing injustice. I didn't kill any of your Xiaoyao sect disciples, did I? Why are you looking at me like that? Stopping his right hand that was pouring the wine, the young man turned his head slowly to stare at Bai Ishue as he spoke faintly. The crimson spear that had landed at the door then turned into a crimson light and hovered beside Zhuowen. It's this person indeed. It looks like this person's ability isn't bad to be able to force Bai Ishue's sword light back. However, this person is a little reckless. He actually offended someone from Xiaoyao sect just because he saw injustice. Isn't he asking for trouble? Looking at the crimson spear that had landed beside Zhuowen, the crowd knew that it was this young man who had attacked. However, many of them shook their heads and sighed, thinking that it was not worth it for Zhuowen to offend Bai Ishue because of this. You're courting death. Do you think you can afford to offend the Xiaoyao sect? Since you let the black-robed man go, you shall pay with your life now. One of the three Xiaoyao sect disciples, a lanky man, snorted coldly and signaled the other two disciples with his eyes. The three of them then surrounded Zhuowen tacitly. Three sword shadows were like three stone tablets, pointing at Zhuowen with a sharp glint. Kill! At the same time, the three of them did not hold back as they shot out three sword silhouettes, enveloping Zhuowen from all directions like an inescapable net. You're the one who's asking for death, said Zhuowen coldly. In a flash, the blood spear that was floating around him turned into a beam of red light. It looked like a blood-red python that was swimming in the air. It streaked across the sky in front of the three disciples. Crack! In an instant, the three swords were shattered. The three disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were stunned. In the middle of their eyebrows, there was a thumb-sized hole. Plop! Plop! Following that, the three Xiaoyao sect disciples collapsed on the ground, no longer breathing. The restaurant suddenly quieted down. Everyone's pupils constricted as they watched the three Xiaoyao sect disciples who had been killed in an instant. This young man was ruthless indeed, killing the three of them with just one strike. Furthermore, the ability displayed by this person had instilled fear and dread in the other people in the restaurant. Being able to kill three Golden Supremacy Realm beginner martial artists in an instant, this person's combat power was probably not weaker than Bai Ishue's. You killed them. Bai Ishue's expression froze as he asked in a low voice. The three of them wanted to kill me. Can I retaliate by killing them? Zhuowen poured himself a cup of wine slowly and downed it in one gulp, his voice cold and indifferent. You're courting death. The veins on Bai Ishue's forehead bulged as his aura exploded abruptly. Countless streams of energy floated up like an upside-down waterfall, looking extremely terrifying. At the same time, the longsword that hovered beside Bai Ishue let out a shrill cry, bursting with dazzling sword light. Slash! When the sword light reached its peak, Bai Ishue waved his right hand, and the sword light shot out, slashing toward Zhuowen. Looks like Bai Ishue is really enraged. This person's combat power isn't bad, but his cultivation base is only at the Golden Supreme's beginner stage. It should be difficult for him to fight Bai Ishue. Looking at the sword light that was as blazing as the sun, the rest of the people in the restaurant were stunned. As the eldest disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, Bai Yishue's talent and ability were undeniable. He was the strongest among the younger generation in West Trench City. There were not many people among the younger generation who could defeat Bai Yishue. Even when Zhuowen had killed 3 Xiaoyao sect disciples in an instant, no one thought that Zhuowen's ability could defeat Bai Yishue. Looking at the sword light that was slashing towards him, Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand, using the seal of mourning. A sorrowful aura spread throughout the restaurant, stirring up the sorrowful emotions in everyone's hearts. Their gazes were filled with sorrow as they became listless. Even Bai Yishue's gaze was filled with rare sorrow. He then realized that his ability had decreased by 30%. Although he tried his best to resist the sorrowful emotion, Bai Yishue could not shake it off. Due to the influence of his ability, the sword light that was slashed out paused for a moment in midair, its power reduced by 30% as well. "Break!" Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out. He sprung up, holding the crimson spear with his right hand while his left hand pressed against the end of the spear. His energy poured into the spear, causing it to turn into a crimson light that shot towards the sword light. Boom! The crimson spear and the sword light collided, producing a metallic clang, revealing the true colors of the spear and sword as they paused in midair. Swoosh! Zhuowen arrived on top of the crimson spear in an instant. His right hand gripped the spear's handle, and he flung it forcefully onto the sword. The sword whined as it was flicked away by the crimson spear. Bai Yishue's expression was ugly. The weakening power of Zhuowen's seal of mourning was too strong. He could only unleash 70% of his ability at his peak now and felt weak all over. He hated this feeling very much. Dying. After flicking the sword away, Zhuowen stomped on the air and turned into a terrifying crimson shadow, arriving in front of Bai Yishue in an instant. The crimson spear in his right hand was swung like a windmill, stirring up howling gales. Bai Yishue's gaze changed slightly. With a stomp, his right hand gripped the sword that had been flicked away. With a flick of the sword, countless sword lights flickered as a rising sun rose behind him. Sword of the rising sun. With a low growl, Bai Yishue tossed the sword in his right hand. The sword tore through the air, carrying the vigorous aura of the rising sun, wanting to crush Zhuowen to death. Spear of Azura's blood. Zhuowen, who was in midair, bent his knees slightly as his robes fluttered loudly. Looking at the sword that carried the aura of the rising sun, his gaze was as calm as still water. With a spin of the crimson spear, a terrifying sea of blood surged out from behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The boundless sea of blood was like a blood python that connected the heavens and the earth. There was no end in sight as it surrounded the oncoming rising sun sword layer by layer, not allowing it to break free at all. Sword of the setting sun. Bai Yishue's expression changed slightly. With a low growl, the sword's aura changed as the rising sun began to fall, turning into the setting sun. As the scorching sun fell, the entire sea of blood began to surge as if it was about to break apart. 8 spears of Azura's blood. Zhuowen was unhurried as 7 terrifying seas of blood surged out from the air, drowning the sword of the setting sun swoosh. Chapter 1049. Xiaoyao sect Bai Yishue's 2 strongest sword techniques were the sword of rising sun and the sword of setting sun, but both of them had been neutralized by Zhuowen. Coupled with the seal of mourning's curse, Bai Yishue was already exhausted. There was no other stronger technique that could go against Zhuowen. Swoosh! Zhuowen descended from the sky, landing in front of Bai Yishue in an instant. The crimson spear in his hand swept out violently, a tyrannical air of blood gushing out, the wind howling as the spear's shadow wreaked havoc. Bai Yishue's expression finally changed. The sword in his hand was placed horizontally in front of him, the sword light glowing brightly once more. However, compared to before, the sword light was much dimmer. It was obvious that Bai Yishue's injuries were much more severe than what he had shown on the surface. In addition, there was also the effect of Zhuowen's seal of mourning's curse. The ability that he could unleash was not high at all. Bang! The crimson spear and the sword collided once more. Both of them froze for a moment before Bai Ishua grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He took dozens of steps back, his face as pale as snow. Swoosh! After repelling Bai Ishua, Zhuan's gaze was as calm as still water. With a stomp, he leaped out once more. The crimson spear in his hand spun fiercely like an electric drill, thrusting towards Bai Ishua once more. Bang, bang, bang. Zhuan's spear struck again and again. The terrifying spear light was like a mountain that came crashing down, causing Bai Ishua to raise his sword to block in a flurry. He was exhausted from dealing with the attack, his injuries worsening. His snow-white robe was now stained red with blood, a ghastly sight to behold. Sort of setting sun, Dai. Bai Ishua could no longer stand Zhuan's humiliating attack. With a shout, he executed the sword of setting sun once more. A scorching sun that had risen to its highest point fell abruptly, bringing with it the desolation of a setting sun. The one who's going to die isn't me, it's you. Zhuan's gaze was indifferent. The 8 crimson seas behind him churned like 8 terrifying blood pythons that came from the air and entangled the falling sun. With a crackle, the sword of setting sun was once again annihilated by the crimson seas. Whoosh! Extinguishing the sword of setting sun, Zhuan took a step forward and came above Bai Ishua. He raised the crimson spear above his head and smashed it down. A terrifying force spread out, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Bai Ishua raised his sword again, but his eyelids were already drooping. His breathing was heavy like an old bull pulling a cart. It was loud and clear in the quiet restaurant. Bang! Bai Ishua spat out a mouthful of blood as the spear came crashing down on the long sword. His knees bent, and he knelt on the ground, fresh blood gushing out. So this is the first disciple of the Xiaoyao sect? Didn't you want me dead from the start? Now that you're kneeling in front of me, how can you kill me? Retracting his crimson spear slowly, Zhuan stared at Bai Ishua, who was kneeling in front of him indifferently. Bai Ishua's injuries were so severe that it would be difficult for him to even move. Bai Ishua did not speak. His head was lowered, and his heavy breathing began to stutter, like he was a patient who could suffocate at any time. The restaurant was completely silent now. It was so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. All the martial artists had tacitly cast their gazes towards Bai Ishua, who was kneeling on the ground, as well as Zhuan and Yun Yang, who were standing in front of him. This scene would be deeply imprinted in the hearts of the people in the restaurant. The Xiaoyao sect's first disciple, Bai Ishua, had actually been defeated by a mysterious young man in front of everyone. He had been defeated so miserably that he could not even retaliate. Don't kill me. Bai Ishua raised his head with difficulty, his gaze fixed on Zhuan. He actually begged for mercy, which was rare of him. He was truly afraid. This young man with a cold gaze was too terrifying. His cultivation base was not as good as his, but his ability had completely overwhelmed him. Zhuan looked down at Bai Ishua and said indifferently, "It was the Xiaoyao sect who was clamoring to teach me a lesson and even planned to kill me. Since you want to kill me, don't you have the awareness to be killed?" As he spoke, Zhuan's right hand tightened and the crimson spear shot out, piercing right between Bai Ishua's brows. Zhuan brushed past Bai Ishua, who was kneeling on the ground, and left the restaurant without looking back. Plop! When Zhuan's silhouette finally disappeared from the restaurant's entrance, Bai Ishua, who was kneeling on the ground, glared angrily. There was a bloody hole between his brows before he collapsed to the ground. Splash! The dull thud of the fall was like a stone falling into water, stirring up a wave of commotion in the restaurant. Everyone looked at each other, their gazes filled with shock. Bai Ishua is dead? The Xiaoyao sect is really going to be in chaos now. He was the top expert of a younger generation in West Trench City. The Xiaoyao sect has really suffered a great loss this time. Not only was their young sect leader killed, even their most outstanding disciple, Bai Ishua, was killed. I'm afraid the sect leader is really going crazy this time. Let's leave this troublesome place quickly. If we wait for the Xiaoyao sect's people to come, I'm afraid we won't be able to get away with it. The commotion was like a tsunami that came and went as quickly as it came. The crowd then realized that the Xiao Yao sect was really going to be in chaos this time. The two most important young geniuses in the sect were actually dead. They did not want to get into trouble, so they left the restaurant one after another. After a short while, the restaurant was empty. Only the female disciple of the Xiao Yao sect, who hadn't died, was left. She was so scared that she screamed and ran away from the restaurant. Then, the news of Baishua's death spread like wildfire in West Trench City. Many of the city's martial artists were shocked when they heard the news. They did not expect that after the young sect leader's death, the sect's most outstanding disciple, Baishua, would be dead as well. Everyone could guess that the entire Xiao Yao sect was going to be in a frenzy. The Xiao Yao sect was situated in a huge mountain range at the edge of West Trench City. This mountain range was called the Trench Mountains. In front of the Xiao Yao sect's magnificent mountain gate stood a huge stone statue made of white marble that was hundreds of feet tall. This stone statue was the image of an old man with an immortal aura and a warm smile on his face. This person was the first sect master of the Unfettered sect, and also the expert who opened up West Path City in the northwest and founded the Unfettered sect. It was said that this person was a martial Emperor realm expert. After founding the Xiao Yao sect and West Trench City, he left and entered the mysterious Ninth Netherworld realm. There was no news of him since then. Behind the gate, there was a white staircase leading to the top of the mountain. At the end of the staircase, there was a huge square. This square was the famous Xiao Yao Square of the Xiao Yao sect. It was usually used for disciples to practice martial arts here. Behind the square was a huge hall that looked like a beast. This hall was called the Xiao Yao Hall. At this moment, the sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect was sitting quietly on a huge golden chair in the hall. His eyes were cold. Below the sect leader stood 5 figures. The 5 of them had a strong aura. They were all celestial venerable experts, the 5 core elders of the Xiao Yao sect. At this moment, the 6 people of the Xiao Yao Hall were the core of the Xiao Yao sect. They were also the pillars of the sect. 5 elders. Do you have any clues about the other 2 murderers? Asked the sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect indifferently. One of the purple-robed elders cupped his hands and said, reporting to the sect master, the other 2 murderers are extremely cunning. Currently, there are no clues. Moreover, one of the 2 murderers has an unusual soul armor on her body. Oh, how is it unusual? Asked the sect leader suddenly. That little girl's cultivation level is only at the top of the Xuanzun realm. Back then, 10 elite disciples of the Xiao Yao sect tried to kill those 2 people. 2 of them were at the initial stage of the Golden Zune layer, but in the end, they were all defeated. 10 of our disciples were killed because of that little girl's soul armor, said the old man in purple clothes. 10 elite disciples. 2 of them were at the initial stage of the Golden Zune layer, and they couldn't kill those 2 people from the Xuanzun realm, and they were all killed. What is that little girl's soul armor? Asked the sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect. He pulled a long face. The old man in purple clothes looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Sect leader, to be honest, that girl's armor soul was shrouded in the misty wind and snow. I couldn't see the true appearance of her armor soul, but its power was terrifying. An armor soul shrouded in the misty wind and snow. How come I have never heard of such an armor soul? Is it some kind of powerful soul armor that we don't know about? Asked the sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect. It's possible that it's some kind of powerful soul armor that we don't know about. But if we want to know more about that little girl's soul armor, we have to capture her first, said the old man in purple clothes. You're right. Their friend is in our hands, and we've already spread the news that we're going to kill that little boy tonight. I don't think those 2 will let that little boy die, said the sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect indifferently. At the very least, that girl with a powerful armor soul will definitely come back. That's because the brat we captured is that girl's brother. Furthermore, that girl seems to be someone who values relationships and righteousness. We're not afraid that she won't come. The purple-robed elder said with a slight smirk. The sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect nodded. His eyes were cold. The young sect leader was his son, and he was very talented. However, he was still young, and his cultivation base wasn't very high. If he had continued to cultivate, he would have been able to reach Baishua's level. but his son had been killed before he could even grow up. The sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect couldn't accept it. Thump, thump, thump. Panicked footsteps came from the entrance of the hall. The sect leader of the Xiao Yao sect frowned. They looked at the entrance of the hall and saw a beautiful female disciple rushing in. Something bad has happened. Sect leader, something bad has happened. Eldest senior brother has been killed. Chapter 1050. Liberty Square, the entire Xiao Yao Palace fell into a strange silence. No matter if it was the Xiao Yao sect leader or the 5 elders, they all stared blankly at the flustered female disciple standing at the entrance of the palace. "What did you just say?" The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect stood up and stared at the female disciple coldly. When the female disciple saw the coldness in the eyes of the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, she shivered and came back to her senses. She looked a bit scared. "This sect master is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering?" asked the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. He walked in front of the female disciple and grabbed her. He looked worried. "What happened to you?" The female disciple didn't know what to do and hurriedly shouted, "I'll tell you." Eldest senior brother and us senior brothers headed to a restaurant in West Path City to rest today, and at the same time, it was for the sake of finding out information about the murderer that killed the young sect master. After that, trembling, the female disciple recounted everything that had happened in the restaurant today, including the mysterious black-robed man's provocation and Zhuowen's killing of Bai Yixue. She spoke in great detail. Is Bai Yixue really dead? Hearing the female disciple mention the place where Bai Yixue had been killed by Zhuowen, the Xiaoyao sect's leader shuddered as a terrifying murderous intent erupted from him. The female disciple nodded in fear. She could also feel the murderous energy coming from the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Her body was shaking and she felt powerless. "Sovereign, can I go now?" asked the female disciple. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was terrifying. She didn't dare stay there any longer. "Bai Yixue and the rest are all dead. What are you still alive for?" said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. He released some pure energy from his right hand. The woman looked terrified. She turned into ashes under the pressure of his pure energy. The female disciple was just an ordinary disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Her talent was ordinary. She had followed Bai Yixue and relied on her beauty to get close to him. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't care about such a disciple. He only cared about Bai Yixue. Bai Yixue was very talented. He was only 25 years old, but he was already at the peak of the golden venerable realm. It was only a matter of time before he became a celestial venerable. By then, the Xiaoyao sect would have another celestial venerable elder. However, such a genius was killed in the Xiaoyao sect's territory, West Path City. The Xiaoyao sect's leader was furious. Xiaoyao sect's leader was very sad. Xiaoyao sect's leader was Bai Yixue. The Xiaoyao sect's leaders were. "Sect leader, could be the other 2 girls?" asked the elder in purple as he came to the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. "That's not possible. Bai Yixue is very strong, I know that. It's impossible for those 2 girls to kill Bai Yixue." Besides, the disciple said that the one who killed Bai Yixue was a young man with a bloody spear. "I suspect that the young man is from the Divine Academy," the Xiaoyao sect's leader said coldly. "Divine Academy?" But back then, the higher-ups of Divine College had said that they wouldn't care about the 3 murderers and wouldn't interfere. Could it be that the higher-ups of Divine College had gone back on their word? "This will affect the reputation of the Divine Academy on the island," said the elder in purple with a frown. "These 3 little bastards are from the Divine Academy. They must have some friends in the academy. The higher-ups won't get involved in this, but if these juniors get involved, we can't say anything," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. The elder in purple nodded and said, "Sect leader, since the Divine Academy won't get involved, then it's easy. We can use the boy we caught to lure out the other students of the Divine Academy who are hiding in West Hua City. These students were the ones in the wrong. If we kill them, the higher-ups of the Divine Academy won't say anything. Prepare for the boy. Tonight, I will make those who killed the Xiaoyao sect pay the price." The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect snorted and left the hall. Night fell, and the sky was filled with stars. A bright moon peeked through the clouds like a smiling face. The night in West Trench City was still bustling with noise and excitement. Every house in the city was lit up with bright lights. In this barren land, it was like a lighthouse that pointed the way. At the entrance of a remote alley in West Reach City, a black-clothed young man was walking silently. When he arrived at the depths of the darkness, he flipped his right hand and withdrew a flickering jade talisman. And then he swept the surroundings before he said indifferently, "Come out." Whoosh! A person wearing a black robe and a black hat came out of the darkness. He walked in front of the young man in black and slowly took off his black hat, revealing a beautiful face. "Brother Joie, I didn't think that you would come to West Hua City." The man in black looked excited when he saw the young man in black. "I also discovered that all of you were not around after I returned from completing my mission. My heart was filled with suspicion, so I looked for Senior Chengdong to inquire about it. Only then did I find out that the Jianan trio had actually met with such trouble in Westerpath City. Therefore, I came all the way here." The black-clothed young man nodded and said, from their conversation, it was easy to guess their identities. They were Zhuan and Mo Lingtian. The man in black who had provoked the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect during the day was actually Mo Lingtian in disguise. It's all thanks to Brother Zhua today. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Mo Lingtian still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the situation during the day. He did not expect the first disciple of the Xiao Yao sect, by Yishue, to be so strong. It was fortunate that Zhuan had blocked by Yishue for him. We're friends. There's no need to be so courteous. What I'm curious about is why Jianan and the other two killed the young lord of the Xiao Yao sect for no reason. There must be something fishy about this. Zhuan suddenly said with a doubtful look. I'm also a little confused. No matter if it's Jianan, Jiasha, or Xianxing, none of them are the type to take the initiative to provoke others. Could it be that the young sect master intentionally provoked Jianan and the other two, and was thus killed by them? Mo Lingtian muttered. Zhuan shook his head and said, I know Jianan and Gatha's personalities. Even if someone had provoked them, it's unlikely that they would have killed them directly. However, we can't rule out the possibility that the young lord of the Xiao Yao sect had gone too far and provoked the three of them. Mo Lingtian nodded and said, It's said that one of the three murderers has been caught. I'm afraid that Jia Nen has been caught by the Xiao Yao sect. Besides, the sect master of the Xiao Yao sect is planning to hang Jia Nen in public tonight. When the time comes, Gatha and Xianxing will most likely walk right into the trap. Therefore, we have to act tonight. Although this is the sect master's scheme, we have to act. Zhuowen said in a low voice. Let's blend into the crowd and enter the Xiao Yao sect's Xiao Yao Square first. Mo Lingtian agreed with Zhuowen's idea. Both of them then left the dark alley. At the same time, the mountain gate of the Xiao Yao sect was bustling with activity. Although it was dark at night, the mountain gate of the Xiao Yao sect was extremely bright. Many of the martial artists in West Trench City were walking up the white staircase towards the Xiao Yao Square while chatting incessantly. Usually, the mountain gate of the Xiao Yao sect is forbidden to us. I didn't expect the sect to let us, ordinary martial artists, in tonight. This is the only time. Besides, isn't the sect master of the Xiao Yao sect doing this to lure out the three murderers of the young sect master? It's not just the young sect master's murderers. I'm afraid that the young man who killed by Yishue is also his accomplice. I'm afraid that he will appear tonight as well. I'm afraid that they will all be killed by the sect master of the Xiao Yao sect. It's also possible that these accomplices are afraid of death and won't come when the time comes. Along the staircase, the whispers of the surrounding martial artists could be heard. Most of them were discussing the murderers of the young sect master and by Yishue. Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian, who were mixed in the crowd, looked at each other and nodded before walking towards the Xiao Yao Square silently. At the same time, Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian would also pay attention to the surrounding crowd to see if they could spot Gatha and Xianxing, who were hiding in the crowd. However, to their disappointment, there was no sign of Gatha and Xianxing in the crowd. The Xiao Yao Square was a few miles wide. 8 towering stone pillars carved from white marble stood in the middle of the square. Currently, 8 huge torches were lit on top of the 8 stone pillars. The blazing flames illuminated the entire Xiaoyao Square. Under the illumination of the torches, 2 rows of people stood neatly in the square. These 2 rows were formed by the Xiaoyao sect's disciples. In the middle of the 2 rows, there was a huge cross that was 50 feet tall. There was a circular chain on top of the cross. Under the cross, a young man who was bound in black chains was struggling. This young man was only about 19 years old, his gaze filled with stubbornness. At this moment, more and more people gathered in the square. However, because the Xiaoyao sect's disciples were enforcing the law, everything seemed to be in order. There was no chaos. Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian, who were mixed in the crowd, focused their gazes on the young man who was bound in chains. With a single glance, they recognized that this was the Jianan they were looking for. It really is Jianan. Brother Zhua, when do we make our move? Mo Lingtian secretly transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. Wait, let's wait and see. Zhuowen replied, but his gaze was fixed on Jianan, who was bound under the cross. At this moment, Jianan's face didn't look haggard at all. However, his eyes were filled with resentment and unyielding, as if he had been greatly wronged. Zhuowen knew that Jianan had the immortal armor soul. It could be said that even if he wanted to die, it wouldn't be that easy. Therefore, he wanted to see what the Xiaoyao sect's leader was up to. Ding, ding, ding. Chapter 1051. Face to face. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the 5 elders arrived, they attracted everybody's attention. The 6 of them slowly walked toward the cross. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was at the front, and the 5 elders were behind him. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect stopped in front of the cross. He didn't look at Jianan. He looked at the crowd and said, "Thank you so much for coming to West Path City. I'm sure you all know what we are going to do tonight." Then, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect pointed at Jianan and said indifferently, "He's a student of the Fine Gods University. He came to West Path City to carry out a mission. The Xiaoyao sect is the host of West Path City, and we welcome the geniuses of the Fine Gods University. Back then, we treated him warmly too. We also helped him with his mission, but what about him?" The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect raised his voice and continued, "That so-called genius of the Fine Gods University is not only ungrateful, but also ungrateful. He killed my son, the young patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. It's not that the Xiaoyao sect is unkind, it's that son of a bitch. So tonight, this sect master will hang this heartless and unjust dog in front of everyone, and let everyone be witnesses." Jianan struggled with all his might. His eyes were filled with hatred as he said, "Your young sect master is clearly a lecher. He actually dared to have designs on my younger sister Jiasha and elder sister Xuanqing. That's why we taught him a lesson. However, we didn't kill him at all." The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect smiled coldly and said, "You really have no sense of shame. You dare distort the truth. Everybody in West Path City knows what my son is like. How could he possibly covet the beauty of 2 women? Even if he did, the 3 of you killed him to silence him. Such ruthlessness truly makes one's hair stand on end." When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect talked about the young patriarch, many people looked at him with disdain. It seemed like the young patriarch wasn't a good person. "I told you clearly, we only taught the young master of the carefree sect a lesson. We didn't kill him." Jianan's face was red with anger as she roared, "You still want to deny it? When my son went out with you, he came back with a corpse. If it wasn't you who killed him, who else could it be?" said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. His eyes were filled with murder. It seems that what this young man said should be right. It must be that the young master coveted his 2 female companions first before the conflict broke out. However, he shouldn't have killed them directly, right? At such a young age, her heart is indeed a little vicious. Yeah, he had killed the young patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Looks like he's still young and insensible. Numerous discussions immediately erupted from the crowd. The topic of discussion was all about Jianan. All of them sighed at Jianan's viciousness. Of course, That junior chief was also not a good person. His style was also criticized by everyone. Some cultivators were happy to see the young patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect die. Of course, they didn't talk about it loudly. If they talked about it loudly, they would be courting death. Jianan looked stubborn and said loudly, "I told you, we didn't kill the young patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. We just taught him a lesson, and then he left. We don't know how he died." All right. You still want to deny it? You're really stubborn. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was so angry that he started laughing. He kicked Jianan violently. Jianan groaned and coughed up blood, but he looked as stubborn as before. Zhuan and Mo Lingtian were in the crowd. Mo Lingtian frowned and said, "Brother Zhua, it doesn't look like Jianan is lying. Could it be that the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was killed by someone else?" Zhuan narrowed his eyes. He had already sensed that something was amiss. With his understanding of Jianan, Jia Sha, and the others, they would definitely not do something like silencing someone for no reason. Now that Jianan had mentioned it, the matter was even more suspicious. Could it be that someone is trying to frame Jianan and the others? Who could it be? Why would they do that? Asked Zhuan in a low voice. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect stepped on Jianan and glanced at the crowd. It seemed like he was looking for something, but when he didn't see anything, he groaned coldly and said, "A life for a life. That's right. What else do you want to say?" Jianan stared at the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. He knew that no matter what he said, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect wouldn't believe him. Jianan was worried that Gatha and Xing would be lured out. Even though Jianan was naive, he wasn't stupid. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect had mobilized so many people because he wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. If Gatha and Xing came out because of him, they wouldn't be able to save him in the middle of the Xiao Yao square. They would be killed in one fell swoop. If only I were as strong as Brother Zhua, how good would that be? That way, I wouldn't be bullied, and I wouldn't be a burden. Jianan clenched his fists. He hated that he wasn't strong enough. He hated that he wasn't strong enough. He hated that he was a burden to Gatha and Xing. "Let's start the execution," said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect indifferently. He was still glancing at the crowd. The purple-robed old man nodded. He lifted Canaan with his right hand and slapped the cross with his left hand. Immediately, the ring-shaped chain at the top of the cross descended. The purple-robed old man pulled the chain over and was about to put it around Canaan's neck. Whoosh! The sound of rushing air immediately appeared. Soon after, a black shadow cut through the night sky and rushed towards the purple-robed elder, causing the purple-robed elder's left hand to be slightly sluggish. Soon after, he released the ring-shaped chain. His left hand spat out yuan power and smashed against the black shadow that was rushing towards him. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out. Only then did the purple-robed elder realize that the black shadow that was rushing towards him was actually a round rock. Patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, you mobilized so many people to lure us out, didn't you? A clear and melodious voice sounded. Then, two figures in black robes slowly walked out from the crowd. Although both of them were wearing loose black robes, they still couldn't hide their graceful figures. Clearly, these two figures in black robes should be two women. Gatha, sister Xing. You know it's a trap. Why did you come? Said Jianan. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the two people in black clothes. He couldn't help but sigh. The two people in black clothes took off their big black hats and revealed their beautiful faces. They were Gatha and Xing. At this moment, both of them were looking worriedly at Jianan, who was being carried by the violet-robed old man. Jia Sha shook her head and said, "Big brother, how can we leave you in the lurch? We can't do that." Yes, Brother Jianan, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, is twisting the truth. We can't stand it. Since the Jianan Academy doesn't care, we have to save you. If we have to die, let's die together. Said Xing, you shouldn't have come. You should have gone to Brother Zhua and Brother Mo. You came here to die. Sighed Jianan. Brother Zhua and Brother Mo are strong, but the Xiao Yao sect is too strong. I don't want to get them involved. Besides, Brother Zhua and Brother Mo hadn't come back yet. Even if we wanted to ask them for help, we couldn't, said Gatha, shaking her head. Are you done talking about old times? Since you're done talking, let's go to hell together. Black Fist, Blue Sea, you two go and capture those two bitches, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect to the two old men in the black and blue cloaks. The two old men nodded. With a stomp of their feet, they immediately rushed toward Xin Xing and Jia Sha. The aura of an early heavenly venerable surged out from them, shocking many people around the square. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was too cautious. Many people didn't understand why he had sent two celestial Zun elders to capture two cultivators from the Xuanzuan realm. However, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect knew that Gatha's divine wrath armor was special. That was why he had sent two celestial Zun elders to capture Gatha and Xianxing. Brother Zhua, Gatha and Xianxing are here. Should we go and capture them? Said Mo Lingtian to Zhuan anxiously. Brother Mo, you don't have to do anything. I'll go. I'll save Jia, Nan, and Xianxing, and you'll take them away, said Zhuan to Mo Lingtian. Mo Lingtian was surprised and said, Zhuan, are you going to fight the entire Xiaoyao sect by yourself? Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. As he spoke, Zhuan withdrew a jade-colored leaf from his pocket. It was none other than the ninefold wind that he'd plundered from the Yanxian Empire's Qing Shuzi. It contained a small teleportation formation that could teleport a person to any place within a 500 kilometers radius. After taking out the imperial wind of the 9 autumns, Zhuan slowly walked out of the crowd. Mo Lingtian opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He knew Zhuan very well. He knew that Zhuan wouldn't do something he wasn't sure of. Zhuowen's actions drew the attention of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He saw Zhuowen come out of the crowd and walk towards a cross in the middle of the square. The crowd in the square also began to notice Zhuowen who had walked out. Everyone's eyes were filled with a trace of doubt. What was this black-clothed youth trying to do? He actually walked directly toward the cross. Was he courting death? Who are you? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. I was killed by Yishue. Now I'm standing in front of you, and you're asking me who I am? Chapter 1052. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect attacked. When Zhuowen finished talking, the entire square became silent. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the others were all staring at Zhuowen. They didn't even know what to think. Bai Yishue's death had spread like wildfire in West Trench City. Not long after the death of Xiaoyao sect's young sect master, Bai Yishue, the most outstanding disciple of Xiaoyao sect, had died one after another. It was a blatant slap to Xiaoyao sect's face. Therefore, many martial artists were discussing during the day, wondering who had the guts to kill Bai Yishue in West Trench City. Now, in front of the Xiaoyao sect leader in the Carefree Square, a black-clothed young man had admitted that he was the one who killed Bai Yishue in front of the sect leader and the crowd. Anyone who witnessed this scene would be dumbfounded and baffled. The Xiaoyao sect leader finally reacted. Although he knew that using Canaan would lure out Bai Yishue's murderer, he had not expected the murderer to be so arrogant. Not only had he walked out, he had even come to him and claimed that he was the one who killed Bai Yishue. Boom! A terrifying, murderous energy emerged from the body of the Xiaoyao sect's leader. His qi turned into countless vortexes which filled the air as if they were going to crush the entire space. What did you just say? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect made a step forward and glared at Zhuowen furiously. He was furious. Zhuowen's actions were beyond arrogant. If he had appeared like Gatha and Xianxing, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would not have been so furious. However, this young man was standing in front of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and claiming that he was the one who had killed Bai Yishue. He was extremely arrogant and had even escalated to the level of provocation. What? Didn't I make myself clear? Or do you think it's impossible for me to kill Bai Yishue? Zhuowen asked faintly. Very good. Die. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't say anything else. Zhuowen had infuriated him. He was going to kill him. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect's terrifying qi was like a gigantic mountain. Everybody had the impression they were in a quagmire. Everybody in the square felt as if they were sinking and their knees were bending. They looked scared. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was a cultivator at the top of the celestial Zun layer. His chi was terrifying. The young man in black clothes was going to die. There must be something wrong with this young man's brain. He actually walked out and claimed that he was Bai Ishua's murderer in front of the Xiao Yao sect's leader. Is he tired of living? I don't care if he's crazy or not. He's going to die. He's only at the initial level of the Golden Zun layer, and the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect is at the top of the celestial Zun layer. After a long period of silence, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect released his chi. Everybody thought that Zhuowen was courting death by provoking the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect took another step forward. Suddenly, a terrifying chi surrounded Zhuowen. Then he punched out with his right hand. The invisible chi was like the water in the deep sea. It was going to crush Zhuowen. Zhuowen raised his head and smiled strangely. He made some hand seals, and a sad chi filled the air. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was affected by the sad chi. His right hand stopped in the air for a moment. Whoosh! At that moment, 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on Zhuowen's back. He flew past the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and towards the old man in purple clothes. Am I your target? The violet-robed old man's gaze focused slightly as a trace of a savage smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He tossed Jia Nan to the ground before his right hand formed into a palm and suddenly blasted out. Terrifying origin energy sprayed out like a blue whale spraying water, and it surged out explosively with a terrifying origin energy force. In a flash, Zhuowen arrived in front of the old man in purple clothes. He didn't hold back at all. He used the seal of sorrow to curse the old man in purple clothes. In just an instant, the purple-robed elder felt a sorrowful aura fill his heart, and a sense of powerlessness surged through his body. First level of the bedevilment layer. Die! Zhuowen shouted loudly. He instantly descended and entered the demonic state. His entire body was surrounded by a terrifying, murderous, demonic chi. He stretched out his right palm, which contained boundless blood chi, and heavily struck the purple-robed old man's right palm. Gotcha! Before the purple-robed old man could even react to that sorrowful aura, Zhuowen's attack had already landed on his right palm. Then the crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. The purple-robed old man howled miserably as he retreated dozens of steps. His right hand had already twisted irregularly. It had actually been crippled by Zhuowen. At the instant the violet-robed old man retreated, Zhuowen grabbed Jia Nan, who was beneath the cross. At the same time, origin energy shot out from his right palm, causing the chains that bound Jia Nan's body to instantly collapse. Big brother Zhuowen, you've actually come as well. Jia Nan's eyes were filled with excitement as he gazed at Zhuowen. Now is not the time to talk about that. Let's get out of here first, Zhuowen said to Kanan in a low voice. He took a step forward, intending to leave the cross. Do you think you can escape? Said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. He was standing in front of Zhuowen. His eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't believe that a cultivator of the initial Golden Zun layer had managed to get past him. When the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect saw that the old man in purple clothes had been crippled, he was surprised. The young man in black clothes was really strong. He had managed to cripple the old man's right arm. After all, the old man in purple clothes was a celestial Zun layer. It was incredible that a cultivator of the initial Golden Zun layer could cripple his right arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the other 2 elders of the Xiao Yao sect followed the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. They released some chi of the initial celestial Zun layer and stood in front of Zhuowen and Jianan. Patriarch, we can't let that little bastard go, shouted the old man in purple clothes furiously to the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. His right arm was broken. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the purple-robed elder's arm was crippled by an early-stage golden venerate ant. He felt extremely humiliated and was extremely enraged. Don't worry, he's going to die, said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect smiled, showing his white teeth. He looked cruel. At the same time, the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect surrounded Zhuowen and Jianan, with the Xiao Yao sect leader at the center. Brother Zhua, what should we do now? Jianan looked at the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect and the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. Jianan, don't you want to be strong? Let me tell you, the first thing to be strong is to have a fearless heart. Even if you're in a hopeless situation, you have to be fearless. Even if you die, you have to be fearless. You have to fight for your life. That's the only way you can become strong. If you don't have a fearless heart, no matter how strong you are, you're still a weakling. You're a weakling who only knows how to bully the weak. Zhuan stood before Jianan. His expression had been calm and indifferent since the beginning, and it was even slightly cold. As he looked at Zhuan's figure in front of him, Jianan's originally trembling heart slowly calmed down. Both of his fists were tightly clenched. For some unknown reason, every time he looked at Zhuan's calm expression, he would always feel a trace of security. This was because his heart would always blindly believe that Zhuan would be able to solve all of his problems. That's what it means to be strong. Brother Zhuan is right. If you want to be strong, you have to have a fearless heart, said Jianan in a low voice. He looked at the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, and the elders in front of him. He didn't feel scared anymore. Zhuan had made him understand that sometimes faith was more important than life. You're right, but you're still going to die, said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, smiling coldly. He looked at Zhuan and Jianan as if they were a joke. Is that so? The corners of Zhuan's mouth curled into a strange smile. Next, with a wave of his right hand, he retrieved the 9 autumn's wind that he had prepared beforehand. He then crushed it, causing Zhuan and Canaan to disappear from the encirclement. Where are they? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect stared blankly at Zhuan and Jianan. Patriarch, they're over there. The purple-robed old man, who was grimacing in pain while holding his crippled right arm, suddenly pointed to the edge of the square in front of him and shouted loudly. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and the others looked over and saw Zhuan and Jianan. They had landed where Gatha and Xinxing were. At that moment, Gatha was struggling to control the Scourge Armor Soul. She was blocking the attacks of the 2 Celestial Zune Elders, Black Fist and Lan Hai. However, the difference between them was too big. Even though the Scourge Armor Soul was extremely strong, Gatha was too weak. She was barely holding on. Whoosh! The moment Zhuan descended, he placed Jianan aside, after which he suddenly took a step forward. Terrifying, demonic, slaughtering aura surged out as he suddenly rushed towards the 2 heavenly venerate elders with a blood spear in his hand. You're just an initial golden venerate. You're courting death. The 2 elders cried out loudly. Naturally, they had also noticed Zhuan, who was rushing over. Elder Black Fist gave Elder Lan Hai a look before rushing toward Zhuan alone, intending to face Zhuan alone. After all, Zhuan's aura was only that of an early-stage golden venerable. In their opinion, an early-stage heavenly venerable was enough to kill him. However, if the 2 elders had seen what had happened to the old man in purple clothes, they wouldn't have let Elder Black Fist face Zhuan alone. You're the one courting death, not me. Zhuan's cold, blood-red eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. He raised his spear high above his head and smashed it down. The terrifying, slaughtering, demonic chi almost formed a sea of blood in the air. Chapter 1053. Murderous Intent Boom. A muffled, thunderous explosion immediately resounded. Soon after, the large black seal and the blood spear that was wrapped in the sea of blood heavily collided. A dazzling light spread out. Zhuan's crimson eyes deepened as the blood chi around him became denser. Demonic slaughter chi surged as the power of the blood spear reached its peak. Kacha! The big black seal shattered in an instant. Then, the blood spear fell from the sky and turned into a wisp of sharp bloodlight. It swept toward the Black Fist Elder with an unstoppable momentum. How is this possible? Elder Black Fist's face changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His black seal had been destroyed in an instant by an initial stage golden venerate martial artist. This was unbelievable. Die! Zhuowen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The blood spear was like a bloody mountain as it reached Elder Black Fist in an instant. Elder Black Fist screamed as he raised his skinny hands to block the blood spear. Terrifying Yuan force poured out of his hands and formed a Yuan force barrier to block the blood spear. Bang! The blood spear smashed heavily on the Yuan force barrier as a ring-shaped shockwave spread out. Terrifying energy filled the air as if the entire carefree square was shaking. No! The Black Fist Elder felt an irresistible force being transmitted from his hands. It was as though his hands were pressing down on 100,000 feet tall mountain. Soon after, he was shocked to discover that cracks had actually begun to appear on the surface of the Yuan power barrier. Moreover, the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Finally, it crumbled into pieces. The blood spear's aura was like a rainbow as it instantly penetrated the Black Fist Elder's body. Poochie! Elder Black Fist only had time to spit out the word no before his body was pierced by the blood spear and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Kill! After killing Elder Black Fist, Zhuowen did not slow down as he charged towards Elder Blue Ocean, who was still attacking Gatha and Xianxing. The surface of the blood spear was filled with a demonic blood-red color. What? Elder Black Fist is dead? Lan Hai also noticed the Black Fist Elder who had exploded into a bloody mist. His pupils shrunk to the size of needles as he let out a loud cry and gave up on attacking Jia Sha. With a stomp of his foot, he hastily flew backwards. Retreat? Do you think you can retreat? Zhuowen's chilling voice rang out. Then, he immediately unleashed the Morning Treasure Seal. Waves of sorrowful curse-like aura lingered around Elder Lan Hai, causing the latter to immediately feel powerless. His retreating speed also became much slower. Swoosh! Zhuowen's blood hair fluttered as he stepped in the air and appeared before Elder Blue Ocean in an instant. He pulled out the blood spear, blood chi filled the treasure seal, and it shot towards Elder Blue Ocean. Blue Heart's sea art! Elder Lan Hai's eyes were gloomy as he formed a seal with both of his hands. Immediately, surging Yuan power gushed out from within his body, forming clusters of surging blue seas that surrounded Elder Lan Hai. Emo Sha. Zhuowen spat out 2 words indifferently. The blood-red spear in front of him split into 10, and the 10 spears fell from the sky one after another. They heavily slammed into the blue sea. Every single spear seemed to contain a towering mountain. The pressure they gave off was shocking. Boom, boom, boom. Spear after spear. Elder Blue Ocean snorted. His footsteps were weak as he retreated. In addition to the curse of Zhuowen's Morning Treasure Seal, Elder Blue Ocean's strength had decreased by 30%. He could not withstand a single blow from the blood spears. 10th spear. A cold voice rang out. Zhuowen took a step in the air and held the 10th blood spear. He raised it high above his head with his right hand and slammed it down on the 9th blood spear. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous muffled sound were heard. Then, the blue sea in front of Elder Blue Ocean was crushed into countless blue powder under the pressure of this terrifying power. Elder Blue Ocean vomited a mouthful of blood and retreated. His face was pale and his body was extremely weak. Dying. Zhuowen came again. The blood spear was like an electric drill as it spun violently towards Elder Blue Ocean's heart. He wanted to kill Elder Blue Ocean in a single blow. How dare you kill Elder Blue Ocean? Shouted the Patriarch furiously. Then, the Patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect descended from the sky like a rock spreading its wings. In a flash, he arrived above Zhuowen and threw a punch. His pure chi turned into a gigantic hand, which moved towards Zhuowen. He wanted to kill him. If I, Zhuowen, want to kill someone, even if you're at the top of the Zunqi layer, you won't be able to stop me. Zhuowen's blood-red eyes were still as cold as a demon's. The bloody aura on his body instantly surged to the extreme. At the same time, clouds of blood appeared above his head. Zhuowen's blood-red hair began to rapidly grow to his waist. Second level of the bedevilment realm. Shouted Zhuowen in a low voice. Terrifying blood chi rose up in the air and turned into a terrifying chi. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect hand was crushed by Zhuo Wen's chi. Zhuo Wen shot out like an arrow and arrived in front of Elder Lan Hai. "No, don't kill me," shouted Elder Blue Ocean. "Die!" Zhuo Wen coldly spoke as the blood-red spear shot out in an instant, piercing through Elder Blucia's forehead. Next, Elder Blucia's life force was completely severed by Zhuo Wen, turning him into a corpse. You bastard!" When the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect saw Elder Blue Ocean's corpse, he went crazy. His eyes were bloodshot and his robe was fluttering in the wind. He threw another punch at Zhuo Wen. That little bastard had killed 2 Zunqi elders of the Xiao Yao sect. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be worthy of being the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. Morning Treasure Seal. When Zhuo Wen saw the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, he used the Morning Treasure Seal again. At the same time, 3 lightning wings appeared on his back. He turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the Xiao Yao sect. Because of the Morning Treasure Seal, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect couldn't attack Lin Fan. The entire square fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at the corpses of Elder Black Fist and Elder Lan Hai, who had been killed in an instant. Suddenly, they didn't know what to say. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. 2 early celestial venerables of the Xiao Yao sect had died at the hands of an early golden venerable. They thought it was crazy. Whoosh! With a flash of lightning, Zhuo Wen arrived before Jianan, Jia Sha, and Xin Xing at the edge of the plaza. He transmitted his voice to the 3 of them. "The 3 of you should leave first. Staying here won't do you any good." "Brother Zhuo, we're not leaving," said Gatha stubbornly. "Yes, Brother Zhuo, we can't let you face the Xiao Yao sect alone. Didn't you say that if you want to be strong, you have to be fearless? If you want to become an expert, then you must have a fearless heart. If we shrink back under your protection, then how could we possibly become experts?" Jianan clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. Zhuo Wen looked at Jia Nan in surprise. He nodded and said, "Since it's that way, you can stay here. You can deal with the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. I'll take care of the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and the other 3 elders." When Zhuo Wen said that, the 3 elders of the Xiao Yao sect looked glum. This little bastard was too arrogant. He dared say that in front of them. He didn't know what was good for him. "Brother Zhuo, since you're not leaving, you can't forget about me." At the same time, a clear voice came from the crowd in the square. Then, a demonic man in a black robe landed beside Zhuo Wen. "Brother Mo, so you're here too." Jianan, Jia Sha, and Xin Xing revealed an excited expression in their eyes when they saw this demonic man. Clearly, they did not expect that Mo Lingtian would actually come and rescue them. "Brother Mo cares about you guys a lot. He came to West Trace City 3 days earlier than me," Zhuo Wen said with a smile. Mo Lingtian felt a little embarrassed when he saw Zhuo Wen's teasing smile. On the other hand, Jianan and the other 2 revealed a touched expression in their eyes as a warm current flowed through their hearts. Zhuo Wen and Mo Lingtian really treated them as friends and were willing to take the risk to come to West Slope City for them, to help them resolve their problems and share their hardships. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's solve the problem in front of us first." Mo Lingtian waved his hand and stared at the people from the Unfettered sect. There were a lot of disciples from the Unfettered sect in the Unfettered Square. There were almost 100 of them, and they were all elites of the Unfettered sect. Most of them were supremes, and some were even golden exalts. This was a strong force. Although Mo Lingtian was strong, Jianan and Gatha's armor souls were not ordinary. It was difficult for them to face such a force. 5 ants want to fight against the Unfettered sect? You're courting death. The Unfettered sect master's eyes were cold. He turned to the 2 rows of disciples behind him and said, "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." "Yes." The 100 disciples of the Unfettered sect cupped their hands and shouted in unison. Then, they formed a mysterious formation and surrounded Zhuo Wen and the others. They pointed their swords at Zhuo Wen and the others. "As for you, get the hell out here. I'll kill you myself." When the disciples of the Unfettered sect surrounded Zhuo Wen, the Unfettered sect master appeared above them and pointed at Zhuo Wen. Zhuowen had killed 2 celestial exalts in front of him. It was a humiliation for the unfettered sect. Besides, he was able to kill early celestial exalts, which meant that he was very strong. The disciples of the unfettered sect couldn't fight against him. That was why the unfettered sect master had asked Zhuowen to deal with him. Brother Mo, the 4 of you should be careful. Also, Canaan and Jasha, make good use of your armor souls. That way, you'll have unexpected gains, said Zhuowen to the 4 of them. Then, he jumped in front of the unfettered sect master. He knew that if he killed the unfettered sect master, the unfettered sect would collapse. You're quite talented. You managed to kill Black Fist and Blue Ocean from the Xiaoyao sect. It seems like you're quite a famous genius in the Divine College. But so what if you're a monstrous genius in Jiaxin University? Don't even think about leaving after killing my disciples. You'll stay here forever. Chapter 1054. The strength of the Buddha and the demon. The atmosphere of the entire Xiaoyao square was extremely heavy, even a little oppressive. Close to 100 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect surrounded Jianan, Mo Lingtian, and the other 2. Their sharp swords were all pointed at the 4 of them, without exception. In this pitch-black night, it was extremely eye-catching. The patriarch of the Carefree sect and the other 3 elders were staring coldly at Zhuowen, who had red hair and red eyes and was holding a blood spear. The 2 of them were facing each other in the air. The atmosphere was oppressive. The crowd held their breaths as they watched the scene. Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian were only 5 people, but they were facing nearly 100 elite disciples of the Carefree sect. The young man with the blood spear was arrogant enough to face the patriarch of the Carefree sect and the other 3 elders at the same time. A mere martial artist in the initial stage of the Golden Venerate realm actually intended to face 4 heavenly venerates at the same time, including a peak heavenly venerate supreme master. In the eyes of many, this was an act of seeking death. However, the crowd didn't think so. The young man with red hair and red eyes was much stronger than they had expected. The 2 early celestial venerables of the Carefree sect, He Quan and Lan Hai, had been killed in front of the crowd. The crowd didn't dare to underestimate the young man. Even so, they still thought that he was going to face 4 celestial venerables at the same time. There was even a peak celestial venerable cultivator among them. Such a lineup was too arrogant. The chances of him winning weren't high. You're quite brave. You actually dare to face the 4 of us. The patriarch of the Carefree sect stared at Zhuowen with a murderous look in his eyes. The most talented disciple of the Carefree sect by Yixue and the celestial venerable elder of the Carefree sect had been killed by him. The patriarch of the Carefree sect hated Zhuowen so much that he couldn't wait to kill him. Why not? Your unfettered sect's Empyrean martial artists don't seem to be much either, Zhuowen said indifferently. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and his disciples weren't like the Jiaxin University. They didn't have a cultivation tower that could temper their meridians. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were much weaker than the Jiaxin University. Take Black Fist and Lan Hai, who Zhuowen had just killed, for example. Although they were both at the early stage of the heavenly venerable realm like Lu Xiang, there was still a huge gap between them and Lu Xiang. With Zhuowen's strength, he did not need to enter the demonized state to kill Black Fist and Blue Ocean. However, doing so would waste a lot of time. Back then, the situation had been critical. Zhuowen had needed to end the battle quickly. Hence, he had used the demonized state. As expected, when Zhuowen said that, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the 3 elders pulled a long face. This young man was really fearless. He dared talk like that in front of the 4 celestial zoo masters. He wanted to die. Since you want to die, I'll help you. Let's attack together and kill him, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect to the 3 old men behind him. He stomped on the ground, and purple lightning emerged from his hands. His entire body was enveloped by the purple lightning. The purple lightning exploded, and the purple lightning descended. The 3 old men behind the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked furious, especially the one whose right arm had been destroyed by Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with murder. Die! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. In a flash, the four cultivators moved towards Zhuo Wen and surrounded him. At the same time, four terrifying energies emerged from the four cultivators' hands. Their pure chi was like a blue whale spitting out water. It looked like fireworks in the sky. Zhuo Wen's eyes were bloodshot. He looked calm and indifferent. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the other four cultivators attacked him, Zhuo Wen moved. He spun on his feet and waved his blood spear in his right hand. Blood chi gushed out and formed a terrifying vortex. He was as immovable as a mountain, but he moved as fast as lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The vortex was like a perfect defense. Even though the four old men's attacks were terrifying, when they entered the vortex, it was as if they had entered a swamp. Interesting. We don't need to be merciful. Let's join hands and kill him. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect saw that the four old men's attacks had been destroyed by the vortex, his face stiffened. However, he looked even more furious. The purple lightning in his hands was becoming more and more intense. It was as if lightning had descended from the sky. It was terrifying. The other three elders nodded as the aura on their bodies rose to the extreme. Their palms spat out with the power of a rainbow piercing through the sun. The terrifying strength chi formed a spiral shape as it suddenly swept out and heavily smashed onto the blood-colored vortex. Lightning punishment. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't want to be outdone. When the purple lightning in his hands reached the maximum, he raised his hands and a ball of lightning appeared. It was as big as a palm and it moved toward the sky. After that, dark clouds started to condense in the sky. Purple lightning snakes appeared in the clouds. It looked terrifying. Boom, boom. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect jumped up and raised his right hand. The dark clouds started rolling, and the purple lightning condensed into 100 zhang-long purple python. The purple python roared furiously and swooped down towards the blood-colored whirlpool below, after which it plunged headfirst into the whirlpool. Instantly, terrifying purple lightning filled the air, after which the originally indestructible blood-colored whirlpool started to tremble violently. Kacha! The sound of something shattering rang out. The purple python was too terrifying. With a casual swing of its tail, it was able to produce tens of thousands of bolts of purple lightning. Although the blood-red vortex's defense was tough, it still couldn't withstand the attack of the purple python. Boom! When the cracks spread all over the blood-red whirlpool, it finally collapsed. Then, a figure with blood-red hair and eyes flew out of the shattered blood-red whirlpool. Die! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. The purple python moved towards the silhouette with red hair. Zhuo Wen looked surprised. He hadn't thought that the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would be so strong. He had broken through the vortex's defense. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect raised his blood spear and condensed a terrifying amount of blood chi. It turned into a 10-zhang-long blood spear. That blood spear looked like a blood bridge. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the blood-red spear shadow appeared, the purple python had already arrived. It opened its bloody mouth that was filled with purple lightning, and countless purple lightning swallowed and spat out. Its power was enormous and terrifying. The blood-red spear shadow actually froze in midair under the might of the purple lightning python and then continuously retreated. Zhuo Wen's face changed. He jumped up and landed on the blood spear. His right hand was filled with blood chi, and he punched the spear. Whoosh! Under Zhuo Wen's palm strike, the blood-colored spear shadow, which had been retreating repeatedly, stopped its retreat. "It's useless!" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. He also landed on the purple python and put his hands on the python's head. Purple lightning kept pouring into the python's body. He wanted to make the purple python go berserk. Roar! A mournful roar resounded. The purple lightning on the huge purple python's body was extremely frightening. Its huge snake body continuously twisted and turned, emitting an extremely frightening and huge force. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuo Wen was standing in the air with his right hand on the blood spear. He could feel that the python was going berserk. He couldn't help but step back. His face looked glum. "How dare you provoke the Xiaoyao sect? I think you don't know how to write the word death." A chilling voice rang out from behind Zhuo, who was retreating. Soon after, Zhuo could clearly hear the terrifying sound of something breaking through the air. Clearly, someone was planning to launch a sneak attack. Nirvana of the Great Sun. At that moment, Zhuo, who was in a demonic state, used the nirvana of the Great Sun. In a flash, he had 4 heads and 8 arms. Suddenly, the golden Buddha's light and the blood-red demon's chi started fusing together. Surprisingly, a strange power was created. A skinny palm suddenly surged over and ruthlessly imprinted itself on Zhuowen's back. Then, Zhuowen saw a hideous grin on his face. It was actually the purple-robed elder whose right hand had been crippled by him. The old man in the purple robe had a hideous smile on his face. He had been preparing for that attack for a long time. He had been waiting for the moment when Zhuowen was defenseless. Therefore, he was extremely proud of himself, because he determined that Zhuowen would definitely suffer an extremely serious injury after receiving his palm strike. At that time, how would this kid be able to resist their sect master? However, the moment the purple-robed old man's right hand landed on Zhuowen's back, his expression changed. This was because he sensed an extremely violent energy from Zhuowen. Moreover, the energy gave him a feeling that he could not resist it. What kind of energy is this? The old man in the purple robe quickly noticed that the Buddha's light and the demon's chi on Zhuowen's body emitted a strange energy. This energy was very unstable and violent. It seemed like it could explode at any time. Moreover, this energy was like a maggot in one's bones. It followed the old man's palm and entered his body. What was even more strange was that the moment this energy entered his meridians, it violently exploded. In an instant, the meridians in his left arm exploded under this strange energy. What kind of energy is this? Why is it so strange? The purple-clothed old man miserably howled. He wanted to withdraw his left arm that was imprinted on Zhuowen's back. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He grabbed the left arm that the old man was about to withdraw. After the sneak attack, you plan to run? Zhuowen's cold voice rang out. Then, the terrifying Buddha's demonic energy blasted into the old man's body. Suddenly, the Buddha's demonic energy began to explode in the old man's meridians. Pucci! In just an instant, the old man in the purple robe began to bleed from his 7 orifices. His body exploded into a bloody mist. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. After killing the old man in the purple robe, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. He quickly dispelled the nirvana of the Great Sun. His eyes revealed a trace of horror. Chapter 1055. Fearless, of course, Zhuowen also discovered that when the Buddhist energy and the demonic energy merged together, the strange energy produced not only had the effect of destroying the enemy's meridians, but it could also backfire on the user's meridians. Fortunately, Zhuowen had quickly dispelled the nirvana of the Great Sun. Additionally, his meridians had become abnormally strong after being tempered by the cultivation tower and meridian opening pill. Thus, Zhuowen did not suffer too much damage. However, Zhuowen was extremely fearful of this strange fusion of Buddha and devil. He was very clear that if he did not remove the Great Sun nirvana state in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. His meridians would definitely be severely damaged. How dare you kill Elder Ziyan? Die. The death of the elder in purple clothes infuriated the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He was standing on the head of the purple python. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect shouted furiously. The purple python under his feet became even more terrifying. In a flash, purple lightning filled the sky and broke through the blood spear in Zhuowen's hand. Boom! In just an instant, the bloody spear that was over 100 feet long completely shattered under the attack of the purple lightning. It turned into a bloody powder that dissipated in the air. Whoosh! The blood spear was broken and the purple lightning filled the air. It was like maggots in a corpse. It extended towards Zhuowen. It wanted to kill Zhuowen completely. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stepped back. However, the purple lightning was too fast. In a flash, it caught up with Zhuowen. There was a rumbling sound, and it seemed like the purple lightning was going to corrode Zhuowen's entire body. Emosha. Zhuowen stomped his foot when he saw how swift the purple lightning was. Countless strands of blood qi suffused the air as the blood spear in his hand split into 10. They formed a blood-colored fence in front of him with the intention of blocking the terrifying purple lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The purple lightning arrived before the blood-colored fence in an instant. Following that, an extremely terrifying, muffled, thunder-like sound rang out. Zhuowen frowned slightly. The might of the purple lightning had exceeded his expectations. The blood-colored fence in front of him actually showed signs of collapsing. Retreat! Zhuowen shouted indifferently. His blood-red hair fluttered as he suddenly flew backwards. The moment he retreated, the blood-red fence was completely annihilated by the purple lightning. As for Zhuowen, he had already retreated dozens of steps away. His gaze was indifferent as he stared at the destroyed, blood-colored fence. Oomph! You run away faster than a mouse. Purple lightning flashed, and the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect arrived in front of the blood-red fence. He looked at Zhuowen coldly. Everyone in the square was surprised when they saw this scene. This Zhuowen was really unusual. Not only were the 4 great Empyrean martial artists unable to take him down, he even killed a purple-robed old man. At that moment, the 100 or so disciples of the Xiao Yao sect who were in the middle of the square also started to attack. Different colored energies turned into countless lights which surrounded Mo Lingtian, Jianan, Jia Sha, and Xianxing. However, what surprised the crowd was that Mo Lingtian and the other 3 weren't ordinary cultivators. Even though they were surrounded by 100 disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, they weren't defeated. On the contrary, they were in a stalemate with the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. They seemed to have the upper hand. Mo Lingtian had the purple luo flames. His entire body was covered in purple flames. He waved his hands, and countless purple flowers bloomed. Many disciples of Xiao Yao sect were injured by the purple flames. At the same time, Jianan, who possessed the undying armor soul, had an extremely barbaric battle style. He was simply fighting with no regard for his life, exchanging injury for injury. After all, he possessed the undying armor soul. As long as he did not die and was able to protect his vitals, his injuries would be healed in an extremely short period of time. Jianan's barbaric fighting style caused many of the unfettered sect's disciples' eyelids to twitch. Their hearts shivered. This brat was simply a madman. He actually fought without regard for his life. Jiasha's Heaven's Wrath armor soul was even more mysterious and powerful than the immortal armor soul. The human figure covered in chains in the wind and snow could send supreme saints flying with a wave of its hands. Even the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect at the Golden Venerate realm found it hard to resist. Although Xianxing's armor soul wasn't as strong as Jianan's and Jiasha's, her myriad star ceremony was quite powerful. Her strength was comparable to that of an ordinary supreme being, so she was able to withstand it. It wouldn't be easy for the disciples of the Carefree sect to attack Xianxing. With only 4 people, not only were they able to hold off nearly 100 disciples of the unfettered sect, but they were also able to suppress them. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and the other 2 Celestial Zun elders also noticed what was going on. They looked glum. They hadn't thought that those 4 people would be able to defeat 100 elite disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. How humiliating. One of you, go and kill those 4 people, said the leader of the unfettered sect, smiling coldly and ordering the 2 Celestial Zun elders behind him. The white-robed elder among the 2 elders stood up abruptly. His pair of sinister triangular eyes stared at Mo Lingtian and the other 3 as he cackled. Don't worry, sect leader. I'm here. Those 4 people are going to die. Finish them quickly. Why did you come back and kill this little bastard? Said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect indifferently to the old man in the white robe. Don't worry, it's just 4 ants. I won't drag this out for too long. I'll definitely end this quickly. The white-robed old man chuckled. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly rushed toward Mo Lingtian below. However, the moment the old man rushed out, A blood shadow also rushed out at the same time and blocked in front of the white-robed old man. "I'm your opponent. Why are you running?" Zhuan raised his eyes slightly and looked directly at the white-robed old man before him. He grinned, revealing a row of cold white teeth, causing the white-robed old man's heart to tremble and his expression to stiffen. He had seen with his own eyes that the other 3 celestial Zune elders of the Carefree sect had been killed by this young man. He knew that he was as strong as the 3 celestial Zune elders who had been killed. Therefore, he was certain that he would die if he fought against this young man. "Run!" The old man in the white robe shouted in a low voice. He did not have the courage to face Zhuo at all. He took a step forward and flew backward. His face was filled with fear. Those are the elders of the Xiao Yao sect. They're as timid as a mouse. Zhuo didn't chase after the old man in white clothes because the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was standing behind the old man in white clothes. He was staring at Zhuo. Zhuo's words were loud and clear, and the entire Carefree square heard him clearly. Many people looked at the white-robed old man, who was covering his head and running away like a rat, and shot him a strange look. A dignified, early-stage, heavenly venerable martial artist was actually so timid in front of an early-stage, golden venerable martial artist. Anyone who saw this would find it very strange and strange. However, no one was surprised by the white-robed old man's actions because they had seen Zhuo's combat strength with their own eyes. Zhuo could easily kill early-stage, heavenly venerables. It would be strange if the white-robed old man was not afraid. "Xiao Yao, old dog, you 3 can't even protect yourselves. Why would you care about other people?" said Zhuo arrogantly, looking at the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and the 2 elders next to him. "Very good. You were defeated by my attacks, and now you're saying that we can't even protect ourselves. I don't know where you get your confidence from," said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect coldly. Then, he said something to the 2 elders next to him. He jumped on the ground, and the purple python moved towards Zhuo again. The 2 elders didn't want to be outdone either. They followed the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, one on his left and one on his right. They were waiting for an opportunity to attack. "It seems like I need to add fuel to the fire of the bedevilment." Zhuo's eyes were cold. With a flick of his finger, he took out the bronze coffin and opened it by a third. Dense and terrifying blood-red energy surged out of the bronze coffin and enveloped Zhuo. "Zhuo, you little bastard. How dare you absorb my energy again?" When the bronze coffin was opened to absorb the blood demon's power, a shrill scream was heard. It was the voice of the blood demon sealed in the coffin. Zhuo didn't care about the blood demon. He just kept absorbing the blood demon's energy. When the blood-red energy reached the limit of the bedevilment state, Zhuo raised his head to the sky and shouted. A wave of blood-red chi spread out like a tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and the 2 elders who were riding the purple python also sensed Zhuo's terrifying strength. After that, the 3 of them sensed a thick blood chi attack them. That chi was terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 of them couldn't help but retreat. Even the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, who was riding the purple python, was pushed back a few steps. The purple python was surrounded by purple lightning, and its purple eyes were twinkling with fear. How come this guy's strength increased again? And it increased so much. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was astonished. At that moment, Zhuo gave him much more pressure than before. Die! At this moment, countless surging strands of bloody chi permeated Zhuo's surroundings. His blood-red hair fluttered in the air like layers upon layers of waves. Zhuo's blood-red eyes became even deeper. At this moment, Zhuo was like a demon god of slaughter that had walked out from the depths of hell. His killing intent was monstrous, and blood clouds filled the sky. Boom! The instant Zhuo spat out the word kill, he had already taken a step forward with his right foot. The power contained in the step was so great that even the surrounding space shook violently. Blood chi erupted, and a sea of blood began to fill the surroundings. At that moment, Zhuo shot out like a cannonball. His entire body turned into a beam of blood and moved towards the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. So what if you become stronger? You're just at the initial level of the Golden Zune layer. You can't defeat me. Die. Chapter 1056. Carefree Sword Boom. Zhuo Wen had turned into a beam of blood-red light. A terrifying blood-red energy filled the air and turned into a blood-red whirlpool. In the end, the whirlpool bombarded the purple lightning sea around the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of intense collisions rang out continuously. Then, the blood-red energy and the purple lightning continued to entangle in the void. It was as though two ancient beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. Everyone in the square was somewhat shocked as they watched this scene. Such an intense collision was not something that they could handle. Just the aftermath of the collision between the bloody light and the lightning caused everyone to feel as if the heavens were crushing down on them. A trace of reverence involuntarily rose in their hearts. This damned little bastard, how did his strength increase so much? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was furious. He hadn't thought that Zhuo Wen would become so strong after absorbing the blood demon strength. Now, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect could sense that Zhuo Wen was a threat to him. At this moment, Zhuo Wen was in the middle of the purple lightning. Countless blood qi surged around him, resisting the powerful purple lightning that was constantly spreading around him. At the same time, he took a step forward. His blood qi was like the best defense, impenetrable by tens of thousands of lightning. Whoosh! Inside the purple lightning, Zhuo Wen broke through the sea of purple lightning and passed by the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Leader of the Xiaoyao sect, I'll be the last to deal with you. You still have a little time to live, said Zhuo Wen indifferently. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was surprised at first, but then he reacted and shouted, "Oh no, elders!" As expected, when the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect turned around, he saw that Zhuo Wen was already flying towards the two celestial Zune elders behind him. "You too, hurry up and run," shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He sounded worried. Zhuo Wen was even stronger than before. Back then, Zhuo Wen was already strong enough to kill cultivators of the initial celestial Zune layer. Now he was even stronger. The moment the Xiaoyao sect shouted, the two Zhonglai realized that something was wrong. When they saw Zhuo Wen rushing towards them, they panicked. "Run!" The white-robed old man from earlier let out a furious roar and directly rushed to the back, fleeing without a trace. The other old man's reaction was a little slower, but it was this momentary distraction that allowed Zhuo Wen to catch up to him. "Die!" Zhuo Wen fiercely swung his bloody spear. Immediately, a terrifying blood qi converged. Numerous blood-colored spear shadows completely enveloped the old man, who was half a beat slower. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. The old man was covered by the blood-red spear shadows and turned into a bloody mist. "That son of a bitch!" The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect pulled a long face. He hadn't thought that another celestial Zune elder of the Xiaoyao sect would die. Out of the 5 celestial Zune elders, only the old man in white was left. The other 4 had all been killed by Zhuo Wen. "I want you to die," shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. The purple lightning around his body became even more violent as it moved towards Zhuo Wen. It formed a gigantic lightning bridge in the sky. Zhuo Wen's blood-red eyes were filled with indifference. He pushed out with his right hand, and blood-red energy immediately surged out, forming a circular blood-red barrier in front of him. Boom! Purple lightning filled the air and smashed onto the circular blood-colored barrier. However, it only caused the blood-colored barrier to shake a little before it did not budge at all. At the same time, Zhuo Wen spread his wings like a giant rock and instantly shot out in pursuit of the rapidly fleeing white-robed old man. With 3 pairs of lightning wings and the strength of the blood demon, Zhuo Wen was unbelievably fast. He caught up with the old man in white in the blink of an eye. "You can't escape," said Zhuo Wen coldly. Then he raised his right hand and punched the old man with a terrifying strength. The white-robed old man only felt a cold wind blowing behind his back. He discovered that Zhuo Wen had unknowingly appeared behind him. Zhuo Wen's right hand was raised high. His palm contained a continuously changing blood ball. Although the blood ball was small, the power contained within it caused the white-robed old man to faintly feel apprehensive. "Stop him!" The white-robed elder's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that it was time for him to put his life on the line. He had to give it his all. Then, his right hand formed a palm. White light burst out from his palm as he slammed it toward Zhuo. Boom, boom. When the two palms collided, the white light on the white-robed old man's right palm was like a candle in the wind, instantly extinguishing. Then, the demonic blood ball in Zhuo's palm began to expand, and a terrifying blood-colored energy surged out and drilled into the white-robed old man's body. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the white-robed old man's right arm was corroded by the blood-colored energy and completely exploded in a fine powder. Zhuo was not going to let the white-robed old man off. His left palm, which had been accumulating power, went straight for the white-robed old man's chest. Poochie! His left palm landed heavily on the white-robed old man's chest, and a demonic blood-red color exploded. The white-robed old man's face revealed an expression of extreme pain. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his face was deathly pale. Dying. Zhuo Wen's expression did not change. Yuan power once again spat out for his left palm. He was also a powerful great emperor. Do you really think that's all the unfettered sect has? You killed the young patriarch of the carefree sect, the first disciple of the carefree sect, by Yishue and the 5 elders of the carefree sect. You must receive the harshest punishment, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He stretched out his right hand, and a strange hand seal appeared. Then he punched the head of the statue. Boom! The huge stone statue began to tremble violently, and terrifying cracks began to appear on its surface. The cracks grew larger and larger, and finally, the entire stone statue collapsed and shattered. A ray of white light, like a scorching sun, burst out from the stone statue, illuminating the pitch-black, carefree square, as if it was daytime. A ring-shaped wave of air spread out from the stone statue. Under the impact of this wave of air, Zhuan was blown away before he could reach the stone statue. His feet took several steps in the air before he barely managed to stabilize his body. What a terrifying power. What's inside the statue? Zhuo Wen's gaze became extremely solemn. The force of impact emanating from the stone statue was terrifying. It actually gave him a feeling of being unable to resist. Everybody in the square was pushed back a few hundred meters before they could stabilize themselves. They looked at the broken statue and the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect who was standing on top of the statue's head with fear in their eyes. The eyes of the unfettered sect's disciples, who were originally entangled with Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other 2, were filled with fanaticism. They immediately retreated into the distance and no longer paid any attention to Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other 2. Ancestral weapon. The patriarch is about to use his ancestral weapon. The disciples of the carefree sect who had retreated knelt down on one knee. They looked at the crumbling statue with excited eyes and murmured to themselves. On the other hand, Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other 2 were baffled. When they saw the unfettered sect's disciple retreat, they naturally followed suit. What's going on? What does the patriarch of the carefree sect want to do? Jianan looked at the statue in front of her with worry. According to the disciples of the carefree sect, the patriarch of the carefree sect is going to use his ancestral weapon. But I don't know what this ancestral weapon is. Mo Lingtian frowned. He was also confused. Boom! Chapter 10:57. 2 emperor weapons when the white longsword appeared in front of the crowd. A majestic force gushed out like a stormy sea. The immense pressure and peerless power caused the surrounding space to become extremely unstable. The surface of the white longsword shone with a divine light. Waves of milky white halos rotated on the surface of the sword. It was like the halos contained in the sun. It was dazzling and could not be looked at directly. Under the milky white halos, there was a solemn and powerful aura. It was like a high and mighty emperor. That's the Xiaoyao sword. It's actually the Xiaoyao sword that belonged to the first sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. Some of the sharp-eyed people in the square immediately recognized the white longsword in the palm of the Xiao Yao sect master. The first sect master of the Xiao Yao sect was a legendary figure in West Path City. There were countless rumors about his sword, the Xiao Yao sword. It was said that when West Path City was first built, there were 3 Emperor Realm cultivators who coveted this place. They joined forces to kill the first patriarch of the Carefree sect. However, the first patriarch of the Carefree sect held the Carefree sword in his hand and fought against the 3 Emperor Realm cultivators alone. In the end, the 3 Emperor Realm cultivators were defeated and fled in panic. Although it had been a long time, the Xiao Yao sword was still very famous in West Path City. Even now, many people still talked about the Xiao Yao sword. However, since the first sect master of the Xiao Yao sect left after establishing the Xiao Yao sect, the Xiao Yao sword had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. All the cultivators in West Path City thought that the unfettered sword had been taken away by the first patriarch of the unfettered sect. They had never thought that it would be left in the unfettered sect. Moreover, the people of the unfettered sect had hidden the unfettered sword in the statue of the first patriarch. Emperor weapon? Zhuan also heard the discussion below. He stared at the white longsword in the hand of the Xiao Yao sect's sect master. The longsword gave him a faint sense of danger. Zhuan had felt this feeling from Emperor Qing's peach blossom origin, painting and murderous abstinence blade. Now, he felt a familiar sense of danger from the Xiao Yao sword. Obviously, the Xiao Yao sword was an emperor weapon. After all, it was the sword of the first sect master of the Xiao Yao sect. The sword of an Emperor Realm cultivator naturally had to be an emperor weapon. Not good. It's a monarch weapon. The Xiao Yao sect has a monarch weapon? Mo Ling Tian, who was standing at the edge of the square, couldn't help but shriek. What should we do? Although Brother Zhua is very strong, he's at most on par with the Xiao Yao sect master. Now that the Xiao Yao sect master has an emperor weapon, Brother Zhua doesn't have such a powerful weapon. The two of them are not on equal footing, Jia Nin said anxiously. Gatha and Xian Xing were also worried. Originally, when Zhuan killed the 5 elders of the Xiao Yao sect, the 4 of them had felt the dawn of victory. Now that the Xiao Yao sword had appeared, their hearts sank to the bottom. This young man is already very extraordinary. He can actually force the Xiao Yao sect master to this extent. I'm afraid that even if he dies under the Xiao Yao sword, he will die in peace. Not only did he kill the first disciple of the Xiao Yao sect by Yixue, but he also killed the 5 elders of the Xiao Yao sect. Even if he dies at the hands of the Xiao Yao sect master, I'm afraid his name will spread throughout the entire West Path City. Even the entire Excellent Spirit Island will spread his name. When the Xiao Yao sword appeared, everyone in the Xiao Yao square involuntarily looked at the red-haired, red-eyed young man standing on the other side of the void. Everyone's eyes were filled with a trace of pity. The battle strength that Zhuan had displayed had truly shocked everyone in the square. They were all able to predict that if Zhuan did not die, with the talent and strength that he had displayed, his future would be limitless. However, he was about to die under the unfettered sword. No one even thought that Zhuan was lucky, because a peak heavenly master with an emperor weapon could unleash a terrifying battle prowess. Perhaps he still wasn't a match for a martial emperor, but at least he already had a part of the martial emperor's power. Below the martial emperor realm, all are ants. This was a popular saying in the heavenly armor continent, which perfectly explained the power and terror of a martial emperor. No matter how monstrous one's talent was, or how powerful one's strength was, in front of a martial emperor, one was a complete ant. Even though the Xiao Yao sect master couldn't fully unleash the martial emperor's power with the Xiao Yao sword, even a part of its power was extremely terrifying. Even a peak heavenly master would perish in the hands of the Xiao Yao sect master. At that moment, the Xiao Yao sect master looked high-spirited and high-spirited. His hair was fluttering in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect noticed that everybody was looking at him with different expressions. Some were surprised, some were jealous, some were self-abased, some were in awe. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was satisfied with all the negative emotions. He smiled faintly. At that moment, he was high up in the air, enjoying the attention of the crowd. The Xiaoyao sect master was very satisfied. Then he looked past the crowd and landed on the young man who had injured the unfettered sect. He wanted to see all kinds of negative emotions in the young man's eyes. However, when the Xiaoyao sect master looked at Zhuowen, his face stiffened, because he didn't see the slightest trace of unusual emotion in Zhuowen's eyes. There was only that indifferent expression from the beginning to the end, as if there was nothing in the world that could make this pair of indifferent eyes reveal any other unusual splendor. Zhuowen looked cold and indifferent. He was as calm as water. You're truly able to keep your composure. You're actually able to pretend to be so calm before the might of an emperor weapon. However, you can continue to pretend as much as you can now. Let's see if you can still pretend to be so calm when this old man kills you later," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect mockingly. He couldn't help but laugh at Zhuowen. "Are you done talking? If you're done, come here and die," said Zhuowen indifferently, ignoring the Xiaoyao sect master's mockery. The Xiaoyao sect master's face stiffened again. Then his face turned red and he shouted furiously, "You've got balls. We're already at this stage and you still dare to provoke me? Good. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. You'll regret living in this world." Then the Xiaoyao sect master stomped on the ground and shot toward Zhuowen like a cannonball. The Xiaoyao sword in his hand was dazzling. At that moment, the Xiaoyao sect master looked like he was holding the sun. He's really tired of living. The Xiaoyao sect master has a great imperial weapon like the Xiaoyao sword, and he dares to provoke him. He's really reckless. Everybody was astonished. Zhuowen's behavior was beyond their expectations. Of course, after being astonished for a while, they started to gloat. That young man had dared to provoke the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. That was a stupid thing to do. "Brother Emo, what should we do now? The Xiaoyao sect master with the Xiaoyao sword is too strong. Brother Zhuo is in danger." Jianan leaped up anxiously, and he actually intended to flash towards Zhuowen. However, Emo Lingtian stopped him, and Emo Lingtian said with a solemn expression, "You're mad. With your cultivation level, you're going to die. Then are we just going to sit here and wait for our deaths and watch as Big Brother Zhuo is killed?" Kanan roared out, "Jianan, don't worry. Can't you see that Brother Zhuo looks calm? For what I can see, Brother Zhuo, you must have some trump cards that you don't fear the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so calm," said Emo Lingtian. Jianan was stunned, and then he calmed down. Emo Lingtian's analysis was correct. Zhuowen was too calm right now, calm to the point of being terrifying. Clearly, Zhuowen might have some sort of powerful trump card up his sleeve. Besides, Jianan's cultivation level was low. If he went up, he would only be a burden to Zhuowen. Let's just wait and see. If Brother Zhuo can't defeat him, we'll all die together. Emo Lingtian slowly raised his head at this moment, and his gaze focused on Zhuowen's tall and straight back as he muttered in a low voice. Jianan, Gatha, and Xinxing nodded. They were also looking at Zhuowen's back. They were ready to die. Whoosh! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect arrived in front of Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with dazzling lights. He smiled cruelly and slowly raised his right hand. His Xiaoyao sword was shining brighter and brighter, as if it was going to disperse all the darkness in the sky. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He knew that the young man with red hair was going to die under that sword. He was definitely going to die. That's what you get for provoking the Xiaoyao sect. "Now, you're going to pay with your life," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He was laughing like a maniac. "Do you think you can kill me with just an emperor weapon?" At this moment, Zhuowen also raised his head. His blood-red eyes were still as cold as a demon's as he slowly spoke in an indifferent voice. "You're really stubborn. You've already reached this point, yet you still think that I can't kill you? You're delusional," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, smiling coldly. He raised his Xiaoyao sword above his head, and a milky white light appeared. It looked like the sun was about to explode, and lava was pouring out of the sword. "Of course you can't kill me, because you're not the only one who has a great imperial weapon. I have one too." As he spoke, a torrential killing intent surged out of Zhuowen's body. Soon after, a blood-red blade slashed through the air. A torrential pressure came crashing down, as if mountains were descending from the sky. Chapter 1058. The Patriarch's Godly Consciousness Clang. The sound of metal colliding resounded. Shortly after, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade hit the carefree sword, creating a terrifying energy vortex. Soon after, the energy ripples spread out. The entire carefree square, and even a mountain range where the carefree sect was located, shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone on the Liberty Square staggered under this violent tremor. Some of the weaker warriors even fell to the ground, their limbs supporting them as they trembled. That collision was terrifying. Everybody was terrified. The Xiaoyao sect was trembling because of the shockwaves. 4 Zun cultivators were only capable of using that kind of power. Boom, boom, boom. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was astonished. He was pushed back a few steps. His right hand was shaking violently, and his thumb was numb. Boom! When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect stepped back, the people who had just regained their balance noticed him. Immediately after, the crowd burst into an uproar. The uproar was getting louder and louder. It was like a tsunami spreading through the entire square. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was pushed back? How is that possible? He's holding the Xiaoyao sword. Everybody was staring at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. They were astonished. If the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect hadn't been holding the Xiaoyao sword, nobody would have been surprised. However, he was holding the Xiaoyao sword and was retreating. Everybody was astonished. An Emperor weapon already possessed a portion of the power of an Emperor realm expert. Even if the wielder's strength was not at the Emperor realm, he could still use a portion of the Emperor realm expert's power by relying on the Emperor might in the Emperor realm. However, even a portion of the power was not something 4 venerables could withstand. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had the Xiaoyao sword. He was much stronger than an ordinary celestial master. He could even fight against a great emperor of the first layer. However, he had been pushed back by Zhuowen. He hadn't been pushed back by 1 step. He had been pushed back a few steps. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everybody looked at the young man with blood-red hair who was standing in front of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The young man looked as cold as a demon. Above his head, there was a blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. That blade had blocked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect's Xiaoyao sword and forced the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect to retreat. Is that a great emperor's weapon too? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. The majestic aura emitted by the blade made everyone tremble with fear. It was not any weaker than the carefree sword. Some of the sharper ones even discovered that the aura of the blade was even more terrifying than the carefree sword. Nobody would have thought that the young man of the golden Zunqi cultivator would have a great emperor's weapon. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had a great imperial weapon, the Xiaoyao sword, but nobody was surprised. After all, the Xiaoyao sect had existed for hundreds of years. However, the young man with blood-red hair was alone and had a great imperial weapon, which was incredible. Brother Zhua, you have a great emperor's weapon too? Jianan was stunned. He stared fixedly at the Buddhist monk's blade on Zhua, Wen's body as his eyes were filled with admiration and surprise. Not only Jianan, but Mo Lingtian, Gatha, and Xin Xing were also astonished. When they saw how calm Zhuowen was, they knew that Zhuowen had a trump card. However, when Zhuowen revealed his trump card, the 3 of them never expected that it would give them such a huge shock. It was actually a terrifyingly powerful Emperor weapon. Furthermore, the power of this Emperor weapon was actually so terrifying. Brother Zhua, how many more secrets are you hiding? A bitter smile appeared on Mo Lingtian's lips. He realized that he really could not see through Zhuowen anymore. The young man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes who stood proudly in the air was surrounded by layers of mist. Mo Lingtian had thought that he had seen through Zhuowen after removing a few layers of mist, but he realized that he was very wrong. The mist around the young man in front of him was endless, as if it would never fade away. Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, didn't you just say that I would have to pay with my life? Now I'm standing here, and he took a few steps back. Is this the price you were talking about? Isn't this price a little too cheap? Zhuan slowly walked toward the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, but he didn't touch the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. The slaughtering abstinence violation blade was too strong. If Zhuan wanted to suppress it, he would have to use his demonic eyes. However, the slaughtering abstinence violation blade was enough to deal with the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Zhuan didn't need to use it. After all, the slaughtering abstinence violation blade belonged to the monk in red clothes. The monk was a high-level great emperor. He had killed great emperors before. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was also a great emperor, but he was only a low-level one. Even though the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect knew how to use the Xiaoyao sword, he wasn't strong enough to deal with the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect saw Zhuan walking towards him, he started retreating. He was staring at the slaughtering abstinence violation blade with fear. He could sense that the slaughtering abstinence violation blade's chi was even more terrifying than a Xiaoyao sword. Your great emperor's weapon isn't a low-level great emperor's weapon. Is it a medium-level great emperor's weapon? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Zhuan was still walking slowly, but when he heard what the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect said, he was surprised. Great emperor's weapons were divided into different levels. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, Xiaoyao sword, must be a low-level great emperor's weapon, because the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect used to be a low-level great emperor's weapon. The slaughtering abstinence violation blade must be a high-level great emperor's weapon, thought Zhuan. Zhuan had already experienced how terrifying the blood-robed monk was. He was an 8th-level great emperor, and his battle prowess was monstrous. He could kill 9th-level great emperors. His massacre abstinence violation blade could be considered a high-grade monarch weapon. Moreover, it was a top-grade monarch weapon. What? You don't want to admit it? I wouldn't have thought that a little bastard like you would have a great emperor's weapon. But it seems like you haven't mastered it yet, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, smiling coldly. What are you trying to say? Replied Zhuan indifferently. Huh, what am I trying to say? So what if your weapon is a high-level great emperor's weapon? I'm the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect sealed his godly awareness in the Xiaoyao sword to save the Xiaoyao sect. Even if you have a medium-level monarch weapon, so what? You can't do anything to me. Lin Feng said, you can't do anything to me. A medium-level great emperor's weapon can't compete with a low-level great emperor's weapon. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect burst into laughter. He raised his right hand and pointed at the hilt of a Xiaoyao sword. A beam of white light shot up to the sky from the Xiaoyao sword. Boom, boom, boom. After this milky white light pillar finally rushed out, it immediately began to continuously condense. Finally, it condensed into a huge white figure that was a few thousand feet tall. This figure was wearing a long white robe and had a celestial demeanor. A faintly discernible aura involuntarily rose. Bzz. The sound of a sword resonated in the air. Then, the Xiaoyao sword started growing bigger and bigger. It turned into a gigantic sword, and the celestial being held it in his hand. Is that the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect? He summoned his godly awareness? It seems like the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect is determined to kill that little boy. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the huge, sage-like figure. They could feel the strength of the sage-like figure. At the same time, they recognized that it was the sect master's divine sense that was contained in the carefree sword. You're dead. The patriarch's godly awareness is terrifying. You've never experienced it before, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect proudly. He pointed at Zhuan and gloated. He knew that after the patriarch's godly awareness, Zhuan wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if he had a medium-level great emperor's weapon, it would be useless. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect could see that Zhuan wasn't familiar with the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was right. Zhuan hadn't had the slaughtering abstinence violation blade for a long time, and the slaughtering abstinence violation blade was extremely dense. Even Zhuan couldn't control it. Whoosh! Zhuan looked indifferent. He raised his right hand and used his mental strength to control the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. He moved it towards the Patriarch's godly awareness. Xiao Yao Zi Zai. The Patriarch's godly awareness smiled indifferently. Then, he shook the Xiao Yao sword in his right hand. Suddenly, an invisible sword qi filled the air. It was as smooth as flowing water. Following which, Zhuan was shocked to discover that when the formless sword lights spread out in front of him, they actually went berserk, revealing their hidden fangs, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Zhuan. Slash! The slaughtering abstinence violation saber slashed out, and a violent qi of slaughter blossomed, forming a blood-red vortex. It swept up the sword light that suddenly went from soft to firm. Whoosh! The slaughtering oath-breaking blade was very violent. After releasing the sword light in front of it, it made a buzzing sound and directly rushed toward the phantom of the first-generation sect master. It wanted to split and destroy this huge phantom. Chapter 1059. The Patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was dead. Zhuowen frowned as he looked at the slaughtering oath-breaking blade that had been sent flying. He was a little surprised that the sect master of this generation's divine sense was so powerful that it could unleash the terrifying power of the carefree sword. Zhuowen couldn't help but think about the godly awareness in the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. His back was covered with cold sweat. Back then, the monk hadn't released his godly awareness. Instead, he had used it to attack Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that if the monk had released his godly awareness, Zhuowen would have been a dead man. After all, the slaughtering abstinence violation blade had been able to unleash such a powerful attack just by relying on the divine sense contained within the blade, causing Zhuowen to be exhausted and almost lose his life. If he had released his divine sense, Zhuowen would not have been able to withstand a single blow. But the godly awareness must have been taken away by Xiao He. I don't know if it was destroyed or not. Zhuowen frowned and murmured to himself. BZC. The slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade was much more powerful than the Patriarch had expected. The slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade, which had been sent flying away, made a buzzing sound. Surprisingly, the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade didn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Terrifying murderous qi rose up in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding was unceasingly heard. The slaughtering Buddhist commandment blade collided with the Xiao Yao sword again and again. The sky above the Xiao Yao sect was filled with lightning and thunder. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The Patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect frowned. Even though the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade was at a disadvantage, the Xiao Yao sword wasn't able to defeat the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. Instead, they were in a stalemate. The Patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect felt that something was wrong. Although he had never seen a mid-tier emperor weapon before, a mid-tier emperor weapon that couldn't unleash its full power shouldn't be a match for a low-tier emperor weapon that could unleash its full power. But now, the Xiao Yao sword couldn't defeat the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. The Patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was confused. Could a medium-level great emperor weapon really be that strong? The illusory shadow of the first sect master shouted and slashed out with the freedom sword in his hand. A huge crescent-shaped sword radiance gushed out from the crack in the void and slashed out toward the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The crescent-shaped sword radiance arrived as expected and slammed heavily on the slaughtering oath-breaking blade. Then, the entire space seemed to have frozen. The slaughtering oath-breaking blade was sent flying, and the bloody aura on its surface began to dim. When the Patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect saw that, he looked extremely happy. All he had to do was break through Zhuowen's defense, and he would definitely die. Take advantage of the victory and pursue. Kill! Shouted the Patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect furiously. The Patriarch nodded and jumped forwards. He appeared in front of the deadly Buddhist abstinence blade. He raised a Xiao Yao sword and crashed onto the deadly Buddhist abstinence blade's blade. Then, sparks appeared. Those sparks looked like stars in the sky. Whoosh! The slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade was sent flying away. The slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade became dimmer. It looked like it was going to disappear at any moment. "Kill him," shouted the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect happily. He pointed at the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and shouted. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect listened to him and slashed down with his Xiao Yao sword. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's godly awareness was set to obey the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. Therefore, he had to obey the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect unconditionally. "That little boy is going to die." The carefree sword slashed down from the sky, and this scene was firmly imprinted in the eyes of everyone in the square. The power of this sword was very terrifying. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed inch by inch, like glass shattering. Even the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, who was at the top of the celestial Zun realm, would die in front of that sword. Even though Zhuowen was strong, that sword was terrifying. Zhuowen couldn't resist that sword. However, Zhuo Wen's gaze remained calm. He raised his head slightly and stared at the unfettered sword that was getting closer and closer. The wild sword sound was like a myriad of thunderbolts, constantly ringing in his ears. Wild gales blew over and lifted Zhuo Wen's wild blood-red hair. "It seems like I have to grab the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade to break the Xiao Yao sword's godly awareness." Zhuo Wen sighed softly. His face was expressionless. He waved his right hand, and the slaughtering abstinence violation blade that had been sent flying flew back to him. Zhuo Wen caught it in his hand. Boom! The moment Zhuo Wen grasped the slaughtering abstinence violation blade, the originally dim blade began to glow with a demonic light. Following that, a terrifying aura of slaughter surged into Zhuo Wen's body, flowing through his meridians in an attempt to assimilate his entire body. "Demonic eye!" Zhuo Wen groaned and summoned the demonic eye between his eyebrows. The black demonic eye blinked and swallowed a part of the slaughtered chi that was eroding Zhuo Wen's body. It was within Zhuo Wen's tolerance. "Die!" With the slaughtering oath-breaking blade in hand, Zhuo Wen's temperament immediately changed. He became murderous, like a war-crazed demon god. The murderous aura from the slaughtering oath-breaking blade caused Zhuo Wen's aura to surge to the limit. Whoosh! The Xiao Yao sword was fast. It fell from the sky and arrived above Zhuo Wen's head in an instant. The milky white halo stretched across the sky and turned into a bridge. It was dazzling and magnificent. Slash! Zhuo Wen spat out a single word as he brandished the slaughtering abstinence violation blade in his hand. Immediately, boundless killing aura surged as a blood-colored blade shadow appeared in the void. Next, it heavily collided with the descending carefree sword. Dong! A sound that resembled the sound of a bronze bell rang out, following which the entire void trembled violently. The milky white halo and the berserk blood-red radiance divided the horizon into two regions, one red and one white. It was extremely dazzling. That guy, he blocked it. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect stood in the sky and stared at the white and red lights in the sky. He whispered to himself, "Break!" Zhuo Wen held the slaughtering abstinence violation blade in his right hand and slashed out again. At the same time, the demonic eye on his forehead blinked and surged with surging demonic energy. The slaughtering abstinence violation blade in his hand surged with an even more intense killing intent. In a flash, Zhuo Wen's blade changed drastically. In one breath, countless blade shadows appeared. Each one was more terrifying than the previous one. The seventh slash. When the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade reached the seventh slash, the milky white halo around the Xiao Yao sword disappeared. The eighth slash. The Xiao Yao sword started to move back. The patriarch's shadow was also pushed back by the red light. The ninth slash. With a furious roar, Zhuo Wen fiercely slashed out the ninth blade. The frenzied blade shadows formed a blood-colored vortex light pillar that reached the sky. This terrifying blood-colored vortex light pillar violently surged out and directly pierced through the illusory figure of the sect master. The latter was also heavily injured and began to become more and more illusory. The 10th slash. After the 10th slash, a huge saber shadow fell from the sky and crushed down. Instantly, the shadow of the sect master was turned into white powder by this saber shadow. Bzzz! The Xiao Yao sword shrieked and turned back into a 3-foot-long sword. It flew back into the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's hand. He broke the patriarch's godly awareness? That great imperial weapon, how can it be so strong? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect held the Xiao Yao sword and moved back a few dozen meters. He couldn't believe it. Zhuan didn't say anything. He jumped again and condensed slaughter chi. In a flash, he arrived in front of the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. Bang! The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect raised his Xiao Yao sword to block the attack. Unfortunately, it was useless. The Xiao Yao sword was knocked away by the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. Slash! The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect spat out blood and moved back. He stared at Zhuan with fear in his eyes. Come! The moment the unfettered sword was sent flying, Zhuan waved his right hand, and the unfettered sword immediately flew into his hand. After carefully examining it for a while, he unceremoniously put it into his spirit ring. That's the ancestral weapon of the Xiao Yao sect. How dare you take it away? Shouted the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect furiously. The Xiao Yao sect is about to be destroyed. Why would you need an ancestral weapon? Said Zhuan mockingly. He raised his murderous Buddhist abstinence blade high in the air. His terrifying murderous chi turned into a hurricane which surrounded the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. The patriarch's escape route was blocked. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's face was deathly pale, especially when he sensed the hurricane around him. He knew he had no way out now. What level is your Buddhist abstinence blade? Asked the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, staring at the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. Zhuan looked indifferent and said, You're about to die, so there's no harm in telling you. This Buddhist abstinence blade is called the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. It's been used to kill 9th-layer great emperors. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's pupils shrank. He smiled wryly and said, I see. It's a high-level great imperial weapon. No wonder it's so strong. I didn't lose in vain. So you could die now. Then he raised his deadly Buddhist abstinence blade and cut the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's head in two. He couldn't be any more dead than that. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect had died. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect is dead? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect couldn't believe it. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, who had been holding the Xiao Yao sword, couldn't escape death. It was all because of the young man with blood-red hair. The patriarch is dead. Let's run. When the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect died, the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect who were on the other side of the square threw away their weapons and ran away from the square. Chapter 1060. Encirclement. The sect master of the Xiao Yao sect was killed, and the Xiao Yao sword was stolen. Everyone was stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses. They looked at each other and fell into silence. The Xiao Yao sect, which had stood in West Trench City for hundreds of years, had actually started to decline because of a young man. Even though they hadn't been uprooted, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and the 5 celestial Zun elders had been killed. The Xiao Yao sect had lost its core members. Whoosh! Zhuan landed in front of Mo Lingtian and the other 3. He ignored the exclamations of the surrounding people and asked solemnly, Jianan, I heard you say that the young sect master of the Xiao Yao sect was not killed by the 3 of you? Jianan nodded and said, Brother Zhua, we can swear that the death of the young sect master of the Xiao Yao sect has nothing to do with us. Yes. Back then, the young sect master coveted me and Sister Gatha's beauty and wanted to use force. However, he did not expect that the 3 of us were far stronger than the Xuanzuan realm. He suffered a little and was taught a lesson by us. After that, he left in embarrassment. Xin Xing added, If it wasn't you who killed him, then who killed him? Moreover, he died after being taught a lesson by the 3 of you. Mo Lingtian frowned and said in a strange tone, Framing. Zhuowen said indifferently, Framing? Who would frame us? We just entered the academy not long ago. Why would someone frame us? Jianan frowned and said. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He said softly, I'm afraid it's not because of you. It's because of me. The four of them were startled as a pondering expression appeared in their eyes. They were clearly aware of just how powerful Zhuo was when he had entered the Jiaxin Academy and had offended many people. It was still reasonable to say that Zhuo had framed Jia Nan and the other two. However, who was the mastermind behind this? This time, let's not go back together. We'll go separately. Zhuo suddenly said to Mo Lingtian and the other three. This, Mo Lingtian and the other three looked at each other and hesitated. Don't worry. If the mastermind behind this is really because of me, I'm afraid that the purpose is to lure me out. It's really not worth it for you to take the risk with me. Moreover, you have all seen my strength just now, haven't you? So you don't have to worry too much. Zhuo chuckled. Hearing this, Mo Lingtian and the other three nodded and said, Brother Zhuo, be careful. I know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, but don't fight too hard. When it's time to retreat, retreat. Don't worry, I'm not someone who doesn't know when to back down. The four of you can leave first. Zhuo smiled and nodded. Good. Be careful. Mo Lingtian and the other three nodded again. With a step, they left the carefree square like a wisp of smoke and headed toward the outer courtyard. As he watched the four figures gradually disappear from his line of sight, Zhuo's expression slowly darkened. With a step, Zhuo suddenly leapt into the air. Just as he was about to break through the air, a binding force suddenly appeared above the carefree sect. Oh! Zhuo's brows slightly furrowed. Under this binding force, his body suddenly froze in the air. Soon after, Zhuo's cold eyes faintly swept across the mountain range where the carefree sect was located. It was as if he wanted to see through everything hidden within this pitch-black mountain range. A wisp of black light swept out from between Zhuo's brows. Soon after, his entire body was covered in cold dragon scales. Zhuo's eyes were replaced by a dark gold color. His gaze also became much sharper, as if he could see through everything. Break from me, Zhuo angrily roared. His hands, which were covered in dragon scales, violently swung. Instantly, the binding force on his body crumbled under this powerful force. Soon after, Zhuo attempted to break through the air again. Boom! After Zhuo had flown dozens of meters, a thick golden barrier suddenly appeared, blocking Zhuo's path. He heavily smashed against this barrier, causing Zhuo to involuntarily retreat dozens of steps. His expression became extremely solemn. Who is it? Zhuo simply stopped in the air and coldly shouted as he coldly swept his gaze across the enormous mountain range below. Huh, Zhuo, your reaction is really slow. We've been hiding in the mountain range for so long, and you still haven't discovered us? A deep voice suddenly sounded out. Soon after, 6 figures flew over from the mountain range below. The one in the lead was wearing a long golden robe, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. Emperor Jin, Emperor Feng, Emperor Lan, Emperor Qing, and, sweeping his gaze across the 4 people with terrifying auras, Zhuo's gaze finally landed on the other 2 figures beside the 4 great Emperor Realm warriors. Blue Smoke and Grand Lily? Blue Smoke had a refined smile at the corner of his mouth. He cupped his hands towards Zhuo in a rather hypocritical manner and said, Brother Zhuo, it's been a long time since we last met. Blue Smoke also misses you. Zhuo completely ignored Blue Smoke's hypocritical politeness. His gaze was fixed on Grand Lily as he said indifferently, I didn't expect you to be involved. Hearing this, Grand Lily bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuo as she said, Are really Zhuo from the Qingxian Empire? Zhuo laughed. What does that have to do with you? Grand Lily's beautiful face froze. She gritted her teeth and said, Emperor Qing has already told me that you are Zhuo from the Qingxian Empire. Are you still not going to admit it? What does it have to do with you whether I admit it or not? Who are you to me? Zhuo's gaze turned cold. His fiancée and Embark then had already openly teamed up with Emperor Qing to harm him. Now, Zhuo's heart was extremely cold. There were even traces of killing intent in his heart. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. The aura of the dragon soul on your body is not a lie. You are Zhuo from the Qingxian Empire. Grand Lily's voice turned cold as she stared at Zhuan with her beautiful eyes. Why? Today, you came with Emperor Qing and the rest to kill me? Zhuan said indifferently. You kill my father. The enmity of killing my father is irreconcilable, Grand Lily said coldly. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. After saying that, Zhuan turned his attention back to Supreme Jean and said, You were the ones who killed the unfettered sex young master, right? You were also the ones who arranged for me to be framed, weren't you? Smart. Previously, you had played a cicada shedding its shell trick in front of the four of us. Did you think that we would let you off so easily? Jianan and the other two were your best friends. If we didn't attack them, why would you appear? However, you're quite alert. You actually allowed the four of them to leave first. Supreme Jean laughed icily. Were Lan Yin and Grand Lily the ones who provided the information? Zhuan asked again. You're not stupid. It was us. Grand Lily raised her head and stared coldly at Zhuan. She knew very well that with 4 Emperor-level powerhouses involved, Zhuan would not be able to escape this time. With the 4 of us here, don't even think about running away. Obediently hand over the unfettered sword and the other Emperor weapon. At the same time, hand over your spiritual ring, and I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. Supreme Jean spread out his right hand and said indifferently, What if I don't hand it over? Zhuan asked with a sinister look in his eyes. You don't want to hand it over? Then die. Supreme Jin's eyes curled into a dangerous arc. He then stomped his foot, and a terrifying Emperor-level aura surged out. 9 golden stars descended from the sky and turned into the star territory that was unique to Emperor-level powerhouses. Whoosh! Supreme Jean stepped into the void and instantly appeared above Zhuan. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had wanted to kill this hateful brat for a long time. The Alcade Sacred Court's 3rd prince had all been killed by this brat. Their hatred had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Furthermore, Zhuan's fearless attitude had pissed Supreme Jean off for a long time. Therefore, as soon as Zhuan finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Since this Zhuan was not willing to hand it over, he could still snatch the 2 Emperor weapons from him after killing him. The moment Supreme Jean made his move, the other 3 martial emperors did not make their move. Instead, they stood at the back and watched silently. Supreme Jean had the strongest cultivation base among the 4 of them. He was a 3rd-level martial emperor. It would be a piece of cake for him to take care of Zhuan. Blue Smoke and Grand Lily sneered. At this moment, they already regarded Zhuan as a dead man. No matter how monstrous Zhuan was, it was unlikely that he would be a match for a 3rd Heaven Emperor. Rumble. As soon as the Emperor's aura descended, Zhuan felt his entire body being shrouded by a heavy pressure. It was as if his entire body was being crushed by countless mountains. Die! A huge golden palm surrounded by 9 stars came crashing down on Zhuan, intending to completely suppress Zhuan. Break! Zhuan roared angrily. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted from his body. Then, a black dragon shadow emerged from his body and circled around him, instantly breaking the terrifying Emperor's aura that enveloped his entire body. Dragon wings. Open. With a low roar, 3 pairs of huge dragon wings unfurled. Zhuan's speed soared to the extreme, and he disappeared from where he was standing. At the same time, the huge golden palm came crashing down from the sky and slammed into the void where Zhuan had been. Terrifying golden light gushed out, annihilating the small space where Zhuan had been. Countless cracks appeared in that small space. The power of Emperor-level powerhouse's attack was terrifying. Zhuan, who had retreated a few hundred meters away, looked at the annihilated space and was shocked. Supreme Jin's power was truly terrifying. What a slippery little bastard. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Supreme Jin's indifferent voice rang out from the void. Then, another huge golden palm came crashing down from the sky and landed on top of Zhuan's head. Damn it! Zhuan roared. With a stomp of his foot, he immediately dashed to the other side in an attempt to dodge Supreme Jin's attack. Little bastard. The prince of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty is not that easy to kill. Since you've killed him, you'll have to pay the price. Chapter 1061. Burial at Sea. You've killed my blue whale Holy Court's crown prince, Yin Zhongyang. Don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Just as Emperor Feng attacked, Emperor Lan appeared on the other side of Emperor Feng with the boundless power of the sea, blocking off Zhuowen's other escape route. Zhuowen, let's not talk about our grudges. You won't be able to escape today. Emperor Qing leisurely appeared behind Zhuowen with 9 green stars revolving around him. There was a mocking smile on his face. Boom! Just as Wind Emperor, Lan Emperor, and Qing Emperor blocked Zhuowen's 3 escape routes, Jin Emperor's attack also arrived in an instant. A golden palm, which was as large as a mountain, came crashing down on Zhuowen's head. The terrifying power caused Lan Yin and Grand Lily to shudder in fear. This Zhuowen is finished. Lan Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile as she chuckled. Grand Lily's beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Aside from that, there was also deep hatred. Zhuowen had killed her father, Grand Hao Hai. She would never forget the grudge of killing her father. However, what she didn't expect was that back then, it was their grand family who had pressured Zhuowen in every way possible. Moreover, that Grand Hao Hai had tried every possible means to kill Zhuowen. That Grand Hao Hai's death was merely a result of his own actions. Zhuowen's eyes darkened in the face of everyone's mocking gazes. When Emperor Jin's golden palm came crashing down, a jade-colored leaf appeared in Zhuowen's hand. He immediately crushed it and disappeared from the encirclement of the 4 Emperor Realm experts, as though he had teleported. Boom! The golden palm once again missed its target. Supreme Jin's eyes narrowed, while Supreme Emperor Qing and the other 2 revealed a look of astonishment. They never thought that Zhuowen would actually possess a treasure that could allow him to teleport. Bang! Zhuowen reappeared a few miles away from the 4 great emperors. There was an invisible barrier in front of him. Originally, he wanted to use the 9 Autumn's wind to teleport 1,000 miles away to escape the pursuit of the 4 great emperors. However, when he moved a few miles away, he was stopped by the invisible barrier in front of him, and Zhuowen was knocked dizzy. "Ha! It's useless. We've already set up an inescapable net for you. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. It's better for you to obediently stay here and accept your death." Supreme Jin laughed heartily. Golden light erupted from his body, and he charged towards Zhuowen once again. The other 3 martial emperors were not to be outdone either. They followed behind Supreme Jin, and their eyes were filled with mockery. This time, they had planned this for a long time. They had used Jianan, Gatha, Xin Xing, and Zhuowen's relationship with Zhuowen to lure him to West Path City. Their goal was to kill him. Ever since they had been toyed with by Zhuowen, the 4 great emperors had become much smarter. They had set up an inescapable net in advance in order to trap Zhuowen. Trying to escape in vain. What wishful thinking. Blue Smoke stood quietly on the other side and watched. The corners of his mouth were filled with a cold smile. Zhuowen's expression was ugly. He stomped his foot and dashed toward the other side. However, he was disappointed to see that an invisible barrier had appeared on the other side as well. In other words, Supreme Jin and the others had already set up a restrictive barrier in the surrounding dozens of miles. When Zhuowen arrived at this place, they had activated the restrictive barrier and completely trapped him. The 4 martial emperors, led by Supreme Jin, sneered as they stared at Zhuowen, who was trying to escape. Their eyes were filled with mockery. With the restrictive barrier in place, they were not afraid of Zhuowen escaping. Hence, they were not in a hurry to kill Zhuowen. When he realized that the restrictive barrier had been set up all around him, Zhuowen's eyes darkened, and he gave up on the idea of escaping. "Why don't you continue to run? Why aren't you running away anymore?" Supreme Jin slowly walked towards Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with mockery and iciness. Back then, Zhuowen had killed Zhuowen in front of him and had thoroughly angered him. Hence, he must kill Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, today you must die. Accept your fate." Supreme Jin arrived beside Supreme Jin and said indifferently. Supreme Jin and Supreme Feng walked silently behind them without saying a word. However, one could tell from the look in their eyes that they shared the same thoughts as Supreme Lan and Supreme Qing. Swoosh! Zhuowen did not say anything. He stomped his foot once again and instantly dashed towards the other side at an extremely fast speed. Are you still struggling? You really won't give up until all hope is gone. Supreme Jin's lips curled into a smile. He was not worried that Zhuowen would escape at all. Not good. This kid is heading towards Blue Smoke and Grand Lily. The smile on Emperor Lan's face had just blossomed when he heard Emperor Qing's shout. The smile on his face immediately froze. His eyes widened as he looked at Zhuowen. Sure enough, he realized that Zhuowen was heading in the direction where Lan Yin and Grand Lily were. Both of you run. Emperor Lan roared angrily. With a stomp of his foot, he flew away in a hurry while Emperor Qing followed closely behind with a dark look in his eyes. Although Emperor Jin and Emperor Feng were a little surprised, they were not as anxious as Emperor Qing and Emperor Feng. After all, Blue Smoke and Grand Lily were not the geniuses of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty. Naturally, they did not care. Their main goal this time was to kill Zhuowen. Run! Blue Smoke and Grand Lily also noticed Zhuowen rushing towards them. Their expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. They knew how strong Zhuowen was. Although Blue Smoke was at the peak of the Golden Exalt stage, he still did not dare to fight against Zhuowen. As for Grand Lily, he was only at the Supreme Being stage, let alone being a match for Zhuowen. Run? Can you run? Since you are the traitors, you will have to pay the price. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. The two of them were the culprits who had attracted the attention of the four emperors. How could Zhuowen let them go? Zhuowen tapped his forehead with his right hand and took out the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. He raised his right hand, and a dragon's roar was heard. The 81 dragon's aura that was contained in the Supreme Dragon Cauldron suddenly emerged and turned into a sea of dragons, blocking the escape route of Blue Smoke and Grand Lily. Looking at the terrifying dragon's aura in front of them, Blue Smoke and Grand Lily's faces turned pale. They could not help but tremble. They did not dare to face Zhuowen. After all, he had killed the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, and he had an emperor weapon. They were no match for him. Don't kill us, or you'll die miserably. Blue Smoke shouted and started to speak incoherently. Do you think if I don't kill you, my fate will change? That's ridiculous. Zhuowen smiled mockingly. He waved his right hand, and the dragon's aura surrounded Blue Smoke and Grand Lily. Then, Zhuowen appeared in front of Blue Smoke and lifted him up. Release Blue Smoke. Release Grand Lily. The Blue Emperor and the Green Emperor roared at the same time. Their speed soared to the limit. Unfortunately, the two of them were originally some distance away from Zhuowen. Now, they could not reach Zhuowen immediately. Ridiculous. Zhuowen completely ignored the Blue Emperor and the Green Emperor, who were roaring angrily. He grabbed Lan Yan's head with his sharp dragon claws and exerted force. No, Blue Smoke shouted. The sound of bones breaking resounded in the air. Blue Smoke lost his life. It's your turn. Grand Lily. After killing Lan Yan, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Grand Lily. There was not a trace of emotion in his voice. Don't kill me. I used to be your fiancé. How can you kill me? Grand Lily's eyes were filled with fear as she screamed. You have been divorced by me. You have nothing to do with me anymore. Originally, we could have stayed out of each other's business. Unfortunately, you chose to go against me. Don't blame me for being merciless. Zhuowen didn't waste his breath any longer. His right palm abruptly blasted out as a strand of origin energy gushed out and blasted onto Grand Lily's forehead. The extremely invasive origin energy surged into Grand Lily's body, causing Grand Lily's eyes to open wide as her vitality was severed. Before she died, Grand Lily's eyes were filled with regret. It had been so long. Why did she continue to be entangled with Zhuowen? She had already successfully entered the outer court of the Garcia Divine Academy. If she worked hard in her cultivation in the future, her achievements would definitely not be weak. At that time, she would be able to return to the Qing Xian Empire and revitalize the Grand family. But now, because of the hatred in her heart, she had completely lost her life. Boom! After killing Grand Lily and Lan Yin, Azure Emperor and Azure Emperor's attacks arrived as scheduled. Their attacks, which exuded Emperor's might, crushed down like the heavens. Exterminating Oath-Breaking Blade. Zhuowen shouted. A blood-red, oath-breaking blade appeared in his hand. He swung it behind him, and a blood-red, killing aura surged out. It slashed against the attacks of the two Emperor Realm experts. Buzz! The exterminating, oath-breaking blade only lasted for a moment before it was sent flying by the terrifying attack. The surface of the exterminating, oath-breaking blade dimmed a little, and the murderous aura that was surging out of it was also slowly withdrawn. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his right hand and caught the exterminating, oath-breaking blade. He retreated 100 steps and stared at Emperor Lan and Emperor Qing, who were not far away. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you. Looking at Blue Smoke, who was already dead, Emperor Lan was enraged. The only monstrous genius of their Blue Whale holy dynasty had died in the hands of Zhuowen. Emperor Lan had almost lost his mind. Whoosh! Without saying a word, Emperor Lan rushed in front of Zhuowen again. Waves of terrifying blue oceanic energy surged out. In an instant, monstrous tsunamis surged in the surroundings. Wave after wave rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's entire body was surrounded by countless tsunamis. He slashed out again and again. Although each slash could split apart a tsunami, the tsunamis around him seemed to be endless. Every time one was destroyed, another would be born. It was extremely frightening and terrifying. Feudal Struggle. Burial at Sea. Chapter 1062. Dragon Domainjuan groaned and retreated several dozen steps. His face turned a little pale as he looked at the giant wave that was nearly 100 feet tall. The burial at sea that the Blue Emperor had used was extremely terrifying. He had probably used his full strength in an attempt to kill Zhuowen. Kid, absorb all 81 strands of dragon might from the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. Xiao Hei's voice finally rang out at this moment. His voice was filled with seriousness. Absorb the dragon might? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. However, he did not doubt Xiao Hei's words. Back then, it was Xiao Hei who had asked him to absorb the dragon might from the dragon vein into the Supreme Dragon Cauldron to nurture it. Moreover, the effects of the Supreme Dragon Cauldron were pretty good. After half a year of nurturing, the dragon might was much more powerful than before. Absorb! Zhuowen cried out as he thought of this. The 81 strands of dragon might around him were all absorbed into his body under his control. For a time, dragon roars continuously rang out from within Zhuowen's body. Lift the dragon scale on your right claw and take out a drop of dragon blood, Xiao Hei said again. Zhuowen was taken aback. Soon after, he nodded and did as he was told. He lifted the dragon scale on his right claw, and a drop of dark golden dragon blood flowed out. With my dragon blood, the dragon might of the Azure Dragon condensed the dragon domain. A solemn voice rang out in Zhuowen's heart. Zhuowen could not help but recite it as well. Immediately, dragon silhouettes that were roaring towards the sky surged out around him. These dragon silhouettes were bound by black chains. One end of the chains was tied to the dragon silhouettes, while the other end was tied to Zhuowen's body. It was as if Zhuowen was controlling these terrifyingly powerful giant dragons with the chains alone. It was extremely terrifying, as if he was controlling 10,000 dragons by himself. Dragon domain? Did Xiao Hei ask me to nurture the 81 strands of dragon might in order to condense this strange dragon might? Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. However, the 100 feet tall wave that descended from the sky did not give Zhuowen any time to think. In an instant, Zhuowen's entire body was enveloped by it. What terrifying energy from the sea! At this moment, Zhuowen was in the middle of the vast sea. There was an immense pressure in the deep sea. Zhuowen's body. Fortunately, the dragon domain condensed from the dragon's blood and power just now protected Zhuowen firmly in the center, barely holding on in this deep sea environment. It's a pity that your dragon might has only been nurtured for a short period of time, so the dragon domain you can condense isn't very firm. Xiao Hei's voice rang out again, and there was a trace of pity in his voice. What exactly is this dragon domain? Zhuowen suddenly asked. It's a secret technique of the Dragon Clan. It's a powerful defense condensed from the dragon blood and dragon might. However, it doesn't have any offensive capabilities. Xiao He continued. It only has defensive capabilities? Zhuo nodded. He was a little disappointed. He could only defend passively in the burial at sea. However, he would definitely lose if he continued to defend. After all, this was not a long-term solution. It seems that I can only use the slaughter oath-breaking blade to forcefully break through the surrounding burial at sea. Zhuo muttered to himself. He held the slaughter oath-breaking blade in his hand and slashed out. The slaughter aura gathered into an endless blood pillar that soared into the sky. Suddenly, the originally calm, deep sea started to ripple. Boom! A thunder-like explosion resounded. The blood pillar that soared into the sky suddenly broke through the surrounding pressure and soared into the sky. It formed a cylindrical passage in the deep sea. Zhuo took a step forward and followed the cylindrical passage. Then he flew straight up. Whoosh! Seawater splashed everywhere. Zhuo suddenly broke out of the water. He was surrounded by countless dragon shadows, as if he was the messenger of 10,000 dragons. He broke through. Londi narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised that Zhuo had broken through his attack. So what if I broke through? Take another blow from me. Londi shouted softly and rushed out again. He appeared in front of Zhuo as if he had teleported. Yuanli spat out from his right palm, which contained the power of the sea. He blasted out a palm that was like a tsunami. Boom! However, Emperor Lan's palm was blocked by the dragon phantoms around Zhuo. Emperor Lan was surprised to find that his palm was stuck in a swamp. Under the dragon phantom's obstruction, he couldn't move an inch forward. What's up with these dragon shadows around this kid? Why is his defense so strong? Londi's pupil shrank. He could not help but mutter to himself. Slash! At the same time, Zhuo's right hand, which was holding the slaughter oath-breaking blade, slashed down. He wanted to kill Londi completely. Oomph. Although this emperor weapon is strong, it's a pity that you can't unleash any of its power. What a waste. Londi snorted coldly. He shook his sleeve, and waves of blue ocean energy burst out. They formed a pillar of water that shot into the sky and blocked the slaughter oath-breaking blade. Thud, thud, thud. Zhuo's pupils shrank under this power. He was forced to retreat dozens of steps. The blood in his body boiled, and he almost could not suppress it. What are the three of you standing there for? Let's attack together. The dragon shadows around this kid are very strong. Let's work together to break through. The treasures on this kid's body will be divided equally among the four of us. After defeating Zhuo, Supreme Emperor Lan immediately yelled at Supreme Emperor Qing, Supreme Emperor Jin, and Supreme Emperor Feng behind him. He wanted to join forces with the three of them to attack Zhuo together. Londi is right. This kid has many trump cards. We should attack together and end this quickly. Qing Di and the other two nodded and came to Londi's side. Qing Di chuckled and said, "The three of you, Feng Di and I have reserved the blood oath-breaking blade in this kid's hand. As for the other treasures, the two of you can split them equally." Londi and Qing Di cursed in their hearts. However, they did not dare to refute. Qing Di was the strongest among the four, and he was a third-level great emperor. His words held the most weight among the four of them. Moreover, Feng Di was on his side. The two of them did not dare to go against Qing Di. Since the treasures have been divided, let's kill this kid. As soon as Emperor Jin said this, he took the lead and charged forward. The 9 golden stars on his body turned into a starry domain, which was extremely dazzling. Emperor Qing, Emperor Feng, and Emperor Lan also unleashed their own starry domains as destructive stars circled around their bodies. Die, die, die. The four of them surrounded Zhuo and attacked with their palms. The power of the stars and the terrifying Emperor's aura filled the entire space. The pitch-black sky seemed to be dyed with many colors. When the 4 great emperors released their 9 stars, there were a total of 36 huge stars. The dazzling starlight illuminated the entire Carefree Sect mountain range and West Path City. Those are Emperor Stars. There are a total of 36 Emperor Stars. Are 4 great emperors coming to West Path City? Finally, The attacks of the four Emperor Realm experts had completely drawn the attention of the cultivators in West Path City. When all the cultivators noticed the 36 stars that floated in the sky, their gazes revealed shock. The strongest person in West Path City was the carefree sect master, who was a peak heavenly venerable. Other than the first carefree sect master, there had not been an Emperor Realm cultivator in West Path City for hundreds of years. However, four great emperors had appeared in the sky above West Path City. For the cultivators in West Path City who had not seen great emperors for hundreds of years, it was an unprecedented visual impact. Look, the four great emperors are teaming up to attack one person. Who is that person? Why do four great emperors have to team up to capture him? When the 36 emperor stars rose in the sky above West Path City, the crowd quickly noticed the figure surrounded by the four great emperors. The figure was shrouded in countless dragon shadows. It was hazy, and they could not see his true face. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the four Emperor Realm experts continued to pour out, bombarding the dragon domain continuously. Terrifying explosions spread out. This was the power of the Emperor Realm. The result of each of their attacks was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Zhuowen groaned as blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. The dragon domain around him began to tremble and tremble. Dang! 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 Zhuowen retreated again and again. His face was extremely pale. Zhuowen finally understood how terrifying the attacks of the four great emperors were. If it were not for the support of the dragon domain, Zhuowen would be a dead man. The dragon domain can't hold on for much longer. What should I do? Zhuowen was burning with anxiety as he muttered to himself. Crack! In 5 breaths' time, the surrounding dragon shadows began to wail and cracks appeared on the surface. Zhuowen's blood began to flow more and more from his mouth. The blood in his body churned like a tsunami. Bang! In the end, the dragon domain completely collapsed. A heavenly attack passed through the shattered dragon shadows and smashed toward Zhuowen. Sunfire. Boundless fire of the sun gushed out and surrounded Zhuowen, forming an impenetrable wall of fire. Crack! Unfortunately, although the sunfire was strong, the attacks of the four great emperors were too terrifying. As soon as they came into contact with the wall of fire was completely destroyed and continued to surge towards Zhuowen. Slash! Zhuowen kept retreating. His right hand gripped the exterminating Buddhist commandment blade and slashed down from above his head, slamming heavily on the incoming attack. Bang! 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 Continuous explosions rang out. Then, Zhuowen felt a sharp pain in the web between his thumb and index finger. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he spat out another mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Die! The four martial emperors arrived abruptly. They exchanged a glance and launched another terrifying attack. Four attacks surged out like four roaming dragons, rushing towards Zhuowen from all directions. They wanted to blast him into smithereens. Damn it, you're really troublesome. Looks like I'll have to use such a good thing again. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.